multiple platforms. We are live streaming and all that good stuff here. So, right. Yes, that looks good. All right. Hello, everyone. Looks like we've gotten through some of the commercials here. Load. I do like to know what I'm doing and not just hit the play button thing. Yeah. And Poop Hunter is here. Wait, what? You're getting banned? I might. And the reason I'm posting that is the Twitch terms of service. Currently, as far as I know, I haven't checked this week, but haven't heard that it's changed. Is that you can't multi-stream? Stream to more than one service at once, including theirs. I'm multi-streaming. I'm streaming on YouTube, as you may know, Poop Hunter, and on Facebook and Rumble. Hi, Rumble people. I don't know how they're going to catch me doing, because I'm such a small streamer. But the one thing is they may notice that it's coming. The stream input, if they can track that, which I presume they could, is coming through a site called Restream, which is who I stream to, and then it breaks it off into 5 different streams from there. So that's why there's a question mark after it. So I don't know if I'm going to be banned or not, but I'm just trying to make sure that, if you notice in the tagline there, that everyone who does watch on Twitch, and I'm very happy to have you watching on Twitch, extremely happy, that you also make sure you're subscribed over on YouTube, just in case I get banned, because I'm not going to stop restreaming. Twitch is important, but not as important as other venues, so it's just not important enough for me to just do a Twitch thing. So I'm going to keep doing it. So we'll see how long it lasts. I may, after a week or two and nothing happens, I may pull that tag down. Just figuring everybody who routinely checks out has seen it and decided to, if they're going to subscribe over on YouTube. But that's the story there, and I'm going to repeat that, I'm sure. So if Poop Hunter or somebody else needs to, you scroll down on the chat page on Twitch, and you'll see the link to the YouTube channel. You just open that up and hit subscribe. Open a new window if you want, and then hit subscribe over there, just so that you won't lose me if I go away from here. All right, let's see. I am defiant in my now these divisions aren't all the same. I say that, and these appear to be the same. Well, no, I'll hold on. Is this what I wanted to do? And now it is different than my standard division, which also has anti-air support. So, and these templates are maybe locked. I'm not sure. Okay, so, but they're still pretty good divisions. Okay, no. Stop. Stop. So what I want to do is, and we're going to put one to them. Him. I understand there's going to like be an event or a decision or something that will give or promote a few of these guys up, like von Rundstedt, and but not to field marshals prior to the big attack east. Okay, nice infantry general. So I am not going to promote up somebody else just yet. No, I want to see if he's... So we're going to get that moving west there. This is Morgan's command down here. Right, okay, well, let's send him to here. We can also give a little fast division as well. Okay. He may be a bit light on division, so I'm going to start training up some more. All right. So, how is everybody out there this morning? How are you, Poop Hunter? And let's start making an episode. I want to get a little of that done. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here. And this time, I'm going to try my best to just keep playing. We're going to chat and talk during it, but keep everything flowing here. I know last week when I was making the episodes, I was stopping a lot to talk about other topics that were important to me. Okay, so what we're going to do here is change the UI. Oh, let's also have here. Okay, lots of light anti-air, a lot of light anti-tanks, handheld AT. Okay, we've gotten up good amount. And I don't good amount as in there's thousands of horse transports. So we were way down. Light artillery, medium mountain artillery, maybe good enough. Medium, barely enough. No, we got the units infantry guns, infantry equipment 30,000. Okay, assault. Okay, mortars. Okay, okay. We need mountain warfare. We need definitely 1,000 down. I think we are building manufacturing building radios a good amount, I guess. All right. We got a lot of light tanks, a few mediums, medium support. Okay. And for motor vehicles, trucks, light vehicles, yes, and heavy trucks and artillery tractors. Okay, good. We got quite a few of those. So my current plans are continue. I'm going to put you over here on the eastern front and set up another training camp, if you will, over here. 2 units there. Okay. Now I think we're going to, because we have a lot of decisions that will give us divisions, Lish divisions, which will later become Panzer divisions. Yeah. Generally speaking, the Lish divisions are seen as a failure. Definitely by the time of the invasion of the Soviet Union. Now that had tremendous amounts of, and I know I talked about it before, those who have watched a lot of my episodes, a lot of attrition in Barbarossa due to just wear and tear. I mean, a certain amount of it is definitely combat, but I mean just simply operating, just driving, operating in the field, things get broken, that kind of stuff. To me, from a wargamer's perspective, which may be different than a reality, but I see some of these type of divisions here useful in the idea of creating pockets, which should translate into reality, as it were, as well. But what it may it's what you're trying to do with the division can really be the determining factor. If you're trying to treat it as just another armored division, yeah, it's probably going to fail. But if you're trying to treat it as a support element to other armored divisions, if you will, I don't know. I think it could be a good idea. All right. Well, let's let the clock. Now, okay, we've gotten Spain done. Yes, I know we are losing here. I don't know why Heinrich Himmler gives stability down 6%. What? I love some of the comments from, and I do know a few, or at least watch some of the episodes. I mean, God, I rattle on about a lot of things. Just may not have much time. But I do know some of the people in devs of Black Eyes do watch some of what I produce here, and I'm very thankful. Thank you. What is Heinrich Himmler doing that is destabilizing the nation as a leader? That's sort of kind of what I would like to know. What are you thinking Oh, we're down to that. Oh, that's a lot. I think the west wall is taking up a huge amount. That's right. Okay. And yeah. Okay. So we got 30 more days. I'm told that the AI isn't going to attack this. Maybe so this wasn't needed, but well, whatever. And when they're saying 8, it's not 8. I don't believe in like one province. It's spread out along these provinces. That's going to get us 2 in each or something to get 8 and 16 and some up here. So yeah, because it's only level 2 for it. But all right, well, we're going to let that continue. Hello, Frog Eyes. Do you know equipment like radios and handheld have to be introduced to your divisions via the tab at the top of the production field? They will not be introduced to your division just because you researched them. Okay. I don't know that I know that. Here. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we need a total of, okay, light infantry, irregulars we don't have. We do have some garrisons, 42. Okay, thank you, Frog Eyes. No, I did not know this. This is the first time that I've definitely got this far in playing Black Ice, and Black Ice is a very detailed game, and I do think they've done, within the limitations, a reasonably good job at implementing things considering their UI limitations. And hello, Dominique, how you doing? You should train the planes and put the rest of the factories on planes. Well, that might be a good idea. I'm training the planes. Yes, Blitzkrieg win. Is it Muhib or is it MVHIB? I don't know. Blitzkrieg probably either late this year or early next year. Okay, well, mentioning that to introduce things. So radios, let's take a quick look here. Thank you. There's a lot of stuff here, and maybe somebody has, and I just haven't seen it. Okay, so we have, it's recon. Now, where's radios? Yeah. Pretty sure I'm producing radios. Am I not producing radios? Oh, it doesn't look like I'm producing radios. It doesn't look like I have radios. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Thought I was producing radios. Well, I hear you about making more planes, but, well, I'm looking for the radios. Or am I clicking that on and off? Well, okay. We have here, well, probably infantry radios we haven't researched yet. So, okay, so we're still a little bit behind on that. That's why we can't produce those. Hey, Arno. Good to have you here. It's Muhib. Thank you. But so yep. No, I was wondering if you were sort of using the old Latin style for the V, Muhib. But good to know. And it's written under um, light vehicle. It is written under light vehicles. Okay. Oh, I'm doing great. Just sort of waking up here, but it's called radio equipment. And you have 1K of radios in the stockpile. Do I have 1K of radios? Probably I got them from just my like. I was looking more. I was more looking at for a radio looking thingy here. 1K. Oh, radio. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, so we have 1,000. We're not yet researched. We probably got those from Austria. Oh no, we're producing them. Radio equipment. It says we're producing them. All right. Well, why? Okay, here we are. So we are producing radio equipment. Right. Okay. So yeah, we're producing those, and are we producing anti-tank rifles? I don't know that we are. I don't know that we are. Oh, we are. Okay, handheld right there. Okay, good. Okay, well, I'm going to introduce some of these maybe a bit later. I think we're also producing mortars. Yes, mortars. And in our stockpile, we have 4,000 plus. So if we come over here, click mortar teams, special forces, battalions, mountaineers. Okay, well, paratroopers. So let's do that. We have enough to fill those needs. Make those units. Cool, Pakistan. Cool. Mohib, yeah, but the old Roman I don't definitely in carvings, and it's easier to carve straight lines than it is to carve curved lines. Would do a V symbol for a U. So that's something I'm okay. We need lots more factories. We need lots more of everything. Research coal liquefaction. Very good. Turning it into oil. Sell rifles to Tibet. Send political power. Okay, we'll do this. We could use a little bit of political power. Now, I'm definitely a infrastructure type first. Weekly stability. This would get weekly stability. But I really wonder, what is Himmler doing that is disrupting stability? Production base. We're going to do this. Civilian fuel consumption factor. Oh, I don't want to do more of that. Speed. Well, let's get artillery workshops. Probably, Dominique, probably a bit later. I think I may do my sort of spring 1940 invasion of Poland to allow better preparation, shall we say. I think might just be the appropriate term here. Let's continue to spam out military factories here. Okay, well, I would like more production to aircraft, but I don't know. I'm thinking radios. Well, how are we doing? How fast are we building trains? Only 3 a month. Wow. Okay, that's slow. Yeah, let's add another. No, just add another factory for radios. Keep that going. The other day I was wondering, how do I tell my barber to give me the Heinrich Himmler cut without showing him the picture? Oh, well, I don't know you would want a Heinrich Himmler cut, but yeah. Your oil, yes. And Dominique, you're absolutely right. And I was thinking of that. What right now until I have 27 days of using up my civilian factories to sort of complete the West Wall as far as I'm planning on completing it. I don't know if there's additional ones to do. So I'm going to wait those 27 days out, and that's going to give me a lot of civilian factories at that point. So at that point, I'm going to start really bringing in the oil. Being bald is better. Well, some people pull off the bald look well, some people don't. I only just now started to train it. Divisions, trade, mission. Good job, I guess. And with all of those starting, okay, we still have positive in most things. We were catching up here. We've just used up a bunch of those. Massive Chilean earthquake. Now they may be anticipating using Goebbels as well here. It's just the 4 civilian factories have really always messed with my mind of. I know he had people, was pumping out radios, but he's got a 10%, where Goebbels has got base stability 6%. Well, wait a minute. He's got a 0.10% weekly stability. Oh man, and he's got a 0.10% versus a 6% stability here. I'm sorry. I don't see what Himmler is doing is causing that big of base stability problems. Yeah, I know about the camps and putting people away, but I don't know that is because that was rather popular, to be honest, with the people. I mean, it was evil, but a lot of that was popular. So I don't know. Hey, Singh, how you doing? Yeah, you're a bit late, but that's all right. Okay, Kubelwagens. So we got Kubelwagens. Good. So we got the Kubelwagens. We could do the 8 rad, or we can come over here and either grab that up. Oh no, what I need to do is get this. Requires anti-tank upgrade. Okay, gotta find out what the hell anti-tank upgrade is. So let me go to a general here. This has all of the ones. These are flat guns. Okay, this is anti-tank upgrade. Okay, so we need this first to do that. All right, well. Technologies, well maybe swim equipment, add-on armor. We're not doing diesel. Okay. Okay, so we really do want to get that. That check technology. Yeah, let's, I guess, do this. Okay, well, we've got a lot of army experience here, but don't know. If you make the Lich divisions later, you can refit them. Yes, I'm planning on doing that. Oh, well, let me do a few things. Okay. Yeah, just clear. We got the Kubelwagens. What I've been waiting for the Kubelwagens, because I don't know how they're different than these. I don't know, because this is the Stower. Some of these are very good vehicles. Very good. I just think these are maybe good enough, and fuel usage cheaper to produce. Maybe, I don't know, but we're gonna see. And I figured we were gonna have a big hit. So just wanted to do that all in one time instead of doing the intermediate one. Now let's grab up the list divisions here. Okay, so and alliance with it, which I've been informed may not be necessary. You could have just bypassed it, but I wanted to develop that. What was I? Okay, yeah, do the first Vienna awards because we want to get the rest of Czechoslovakia in. So now that we've got this, let's give it a couple of days. Now I want to look at current. Do some, yeah, this. That was sort of what was concerning me about getting these divisions. Let's take a quick look at the order of battle. Yeah, see, that ain't, ain't too bad as a division. May not be properly motorized, only 5 out of 500 trucks, only 2 out of light vehicles, so may not move so quick. Oh, you think, okay, well that would be maybe good to do next. Let's this way. I know I can zoom out. Okay. Yeah, just so it gives event. So I've sort of been ignoring this because I didn't know what it did. But we could do that. 7 days. That's quick. All right, we will try that. Okay, let's see. We're going to give. Um, um, let's give Hopner 2 of the light divisions, light divisions. My bad German. I'm sure. Here we'll give this to Guderian and he has both of the divisions that went to Spain. Okay. Well, where's the other? Oh, down here. Okay. We'll give him to Hopner. Harrison. Fuel refining too. Very good. Okay, all purpose. Well, we needed to. Well, okay. Well, I like what they've done in the adding these schools. 99 days. Okay, 23 days. We'll wait for. Oh, well, that's not gonna do what I want to do. I'm just gonna do it here. Let's do this. Let's do this. 41 days. I want to get anti-tank grade going now. So in my estimation, you need to train up some divisions, and maybe I should have been training some a little sooner than now. But now we have that. Okay, recon radios. 300 needed. A lot of radios. Truck radios. Lots of production. Intelligence. Just, it always feels like to me that I have nowhere near enough. Not that Germany had enough, but it just feels that way, that I don't have near enough. Factories or time to do all the national focuses. How are we doing on? Okay, 1 day left. Right. We're no longer under the effects of the West Wall. And that's what I've been waiting for to happen, because now we have a lot of more consumer goods factories available. And I should have before now, but should have somewhat implies that I had no better choices. Now here, I can't get much Romanian oil, and this I think is a problem. Because again, I am presuming, maybe incorrectly, but I'm presuming that this mod is trying to be historical. Now, my understanding is parts of the Versailles Treaty complex of treaties, as well as other things, that Germany sort of had first dibs, if you will, on Romanian oil. I mean, they had to buy it. It wasn't like free. So it's, the idea that, yeah, you still need to trade for it, but they should have be the primary trade influence here for getting stuff. So I should be able to do that. Obviously not able to do it, but it should be. Okay. Looking for, because that's Dutch East Indies. Well, I guess for now we're going to go with United States. Let's put in a bunch of factories here. Let's buy lots of oil. Before the war, you should change mobilization laws, otherwise you'll get penalties for division. Yeah, yeah, okay, good. Hey, Niagara. No blood for oil. You really still have to get paid oil back, yes. They limit to be more realistic, hard for Germany. Well, this is what what I'm looking for is something that matches historical reality as close as practical. Not possible, just sort of practical, reasonably to do. Not trying to make the game challenging. Like, oh, hey, man, I beat the game 10 times. Let me challenge me more. I want something that's historically, correct, if you will, or whatever. And it's never going to be 100%. I totally know that. I totally get that. But we should at least use that as the main, touchstone in what we're doing here. We'll have combined chat. So overall platforms, combined chat, overall platforms. Yeah, actually, I did see a plug-in for OBS, but it required one of the browsers that I don't use. Not I use one of the Firefox browsers that would do a combined chat in OBS. So I don't know. And hello, Toyjet. Is there the Desert Fox in this? You mean, is Rommel here? Yeah, Rommel's in the game. Okay, so let's do this. This is supposed to help with my lowering stability here that I... What is Himmler doing, particularly in 1939, that is lowering stability? By 6%. Not that lowering stability a few, like 1%, 2%. But what's he doing? I mean, that just seems, something just popped it up, but we're still grinding down. policy. Fine. Well, we do have Rommel right there. Okay, detail. Let's look at detail here. I want to see all of his. I know we got to go down to the hashed out areas here. I could have just done it through here. See, detail has Mountaineer 3, Ranger 3, Improved Brigades, Infantry Officer, Commando. I'll just come up to here. Why? Okay. I may have sort of given away here. Would you consider General Schwarzkopf as a modern? No. I'm not saying bad general. I think his maneuver was pretty damn good. His maneuver, if anything, looks like the Schlieffen plan, as opposed to something else, because it was a broad front push. But and actually, I would during Desert Shield, which which was building up in Saudi Arabia before Desert Storm started, I was sitting around with a bunch of guys, few of them military guys, and we were talking about the upcoming likely campaign to liberate Iraq. And I said, well, why not just cruise through the desert? Do an end. Now, mine wasn't a Schlieffen plan broad front, and his might not originally have been that either, but maybe just the Iraqi collapse was so strong. Mine was to hook in, west of Kuwait and come in and cut the roads that way. No. You got to come through. You got to smash through Kuwait and up that way because of the roads and logistics and blah blah blah. These military guys that I don't remember all, because none of them were currently serving, but one was less than a year out of the active reserves. I don't mean just sort of technically in the reserve, but actively had a reserve command at that point. And the other 2 or 3 I didn't know. And there were some other guys that weren't, at least not recent military. I was like, yeah, just, come up and around there and cut that off and, air supply and whatnot. No. And yeah, this didn't do exactly as I was predicting, or as I was not predicting, as I was saying I would if I were the general in charge. But yeah, I know we don't have the receipts, but that's still my story and I'm sticking to it because it's true. I'm very good, Toy Jet. Okay. Himmler should give stability for a country because ministers of security. Yeah, I could argue that too. I could also argue some of the things that because we're looking at what the SS is doing. And the SS is doing all kinds of things. But, and realize the final solution hasn't started now, okay? Yes, they're persecuting Jews. Kristallnacht, I think it's I'm not great on dates, 1938, late 1938, though. So Kristallnacht has happened, but that's rather popular. Now that you might sort of say that that's stability, Now Kristallnacht was not an SS thing. Kristallnacht was an SA thing in predominance. Most of the people out there, smashing Jewish businesses, burning synagogues. I'm not candy coating the crap out of this, and anyway, but that was mostly SA members out there doing it. The police were sort of standing by for crowd control of people just sort of watching, make sure nobody got injured, and none of the wrong people, shall we say, none of the wrong people got injured in the Kristallnacht events. So So I don't put that down to Himmler at all, really, Kristallnacht as a thing. So, and there's, a lot of anti-Jewish persecution going on. But again, a lot of that is not the SS. It's the SA doing that out on a daily business. I don't remember seeing any photographs of SS members standing with placards or something out in front of, business saying, this is a Jewish business. I don't remember seeing the SS ever doing that. The SA doing that, yes. And this isn't meaning the SS isn't ultimate evil. It's just, I'm trying to analyze the realities of the National Socialist regime as opposed to justify it or say it's fine. No, it's evil. They were evil. Government says uniform civil code will be applied within 30 days. Okay. Let's see, catching up. The highway of death incident, war crime. I don't know. That wasn't a war crime. What crime was committed? There was no crime, let alone a war crime. A highway of death was simply airstrikes on retreating enemies. Retreating enemies fall back to then refight again another day. Nothing war crimey about it. You may be cheering for the other side, but there's nothing war crime. Let's see. Do you know about the Manipur violence? Probably not. We get very little Indian news here. I mean, I had heard about the railway thing before you mentioned it, but I have not that. Barbecue soon. Well, very good. Then Booth and Chill. The SS wasn't even that large of an organization yet in 38, 39. Yes, hello, Pickle. Yes, I mean, they were running the camps because the early camps were set up by the SA and they were just mismanaged. I mean, they were brutalized too, like they were brutalized under the SS, but they were poorly handled. So the camps were taken away from the SA and turned over to the SS. Okay. In February 1939, Rommel, what is he most known for in that? Not like what is he known for today. Please, everybody in chat, because I'm seeing, and hello, Arno over on Rumble. I should pay a little more attention to that chat over there too. I'm seeing the chat. What is Rommel most known for in 1939 or before the war starts? I mean, we don't need a particular date here. Before the war starts. So a general with, shall we say, starting attributes, because I take all of these to be starting attributes of 1939, 1940, because this is what 40 militants were killed and 2 soldiers were fallen. Oh boy, yeah. Was this? Oh, maybe I did see something. Was this over farm protests or something, or am I mixing up other events? Sorry, Singh. I try to follow everything in the world, but I obviously can't. Okay, Pickle is right. I'm going to raid the convenience store. Okay, see you soon, Niagara, I hope. Okay, infantry expert. Hello, Elizabeth. Yes. And Muhab forgot. Okay. Rommel wrote a book called Infantry Attack. I have read the book multiple times. I used to keep it in my car. This was in the days before, like, you had, phones that had, was just computer. I mean, we had, well, even in some of it was in the times before we even really had handheld cell phones in cars. And no, I never had a commander. Yeah, but he wasn't known for that. He did command Hitler's escort battalion. Yes, it's worth reading. Hey, ZZ, Infantry Attacks is a great book. I used to keep it in my car, for whenever I need, because I had one friend who was a good friend, but damn, he was always late to things. And other cases, I just sort of waiting. I remember one time, like, I was having new tires put on my car, and somebody else, and I was sitting there, sort of kind of covering the it was, showing off what the book dust jacket was on the book, reading Infantry Attacks in the store. And one of the guys, oh yeah, that's a good book. did notice it and whatnot. But so I used to just keep it and had it bookmarked. So I read it and then had it in my car and probably read it twice more since I read it. Okay. Rommel started out in a Bavarian infantry unit in the beginning of World War I, and then after being hospitalized, he gets transferred to a Bavarian mountain unit, fights there first in Romania in the mountains, and then later against the Italians in the mountains, and won the medal Le Pour Mérite, the Blue Max, which is right there, for taking a mountain. He should have, I mean, people. Oh, I only got about a third of the way through Mein Kampf. It's dreary reading. I try to understand viewpoints, and I think I got enough out of it and didn't need to keep reading. So Rommel should have as good a mountain scores as Dietl, I would say. You know, he's a mountain warfare expert. Could also have infantry, but you don't need to dump maybe too many skills on him. Now, he was a natural. He didn't go, unlike a lot of these other generals here, he does not go through the Panzer School training, if you will. He gets, because, as Dominique said, he commanded Hitler's escort battalion, the army part of Hitler's escort battalion for a while. So he chatted a fair amount with Hitler and, you know, talked about how great armored warfare was, but he has not gone through through the armored warfare school. And so after Czechoslovakia falls and they're forming up, I think it's the 7th Panzer Division with Czech tanks, he gets command of that with Hitler's support in that. So he naturally, and I'm not saying he didn't like read Guderian's book or you know any, because there were publications that weren't generally distributed to the public, meaning you wouldn't find them on the newsstand. I don't know how controlled they were. It was first it was on mobile warfare, and they sort of changed the title to armored warfare before the war, talking about this. So a magazine, you know, a professional publication within the German military. Again, I don't know how tightly it was controlled, meaning were the French also reading it, were the British also reading it? I don't know, but it wasn't a newsstand publication. I'm sure he was reading things like that. I'm not trying to suggest he was entirely ignorant and showed up there with the natural skill, but he did not go through and, you know, through the schools for the Panzer schools, and he's obviously a natural Panzer leader. So, and he does, you know, his first Panzer command, of course, is, you know, in action is going, you know, the Battle of France, not Poland. So, I guess my point is this isn't some little known fact. Everyone should know he writes a book. Most people, and anyone who is assigning traits to divisions at a game or mod should know what that book basically had in it. You know, not that they've had to read it, but should know that he's a mountain warfare expert. So I just, you know, it's just whenever I come on these kinds of things. Yeah, farmer happened in Punjab and Delhi, and Manipur violence happened in the northeast side. Okay. Yeah, I should follow some of that better, but I try. Hello, all. Hello, MMDB. I can answer Mein Kampf questions. Read the whole thing. Yeah, you read the whole thing. Well, good. Overall was not part of the No. Well, he was a Bavarian. Prussian elites are from Prussia. I mean it's just literally that. Prussia. Okay. Well, okay, we've gone along long enough. Want to keep these episodes somewhat short, so I'm going to end the episode here. Come back next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, I do want to try to keep these things flowing for the other videos, but it seems that they added the medals for his service in the mountains, but only gave him 3%. Yeah, just assumed he was from Prussia, right? Many mods add Rommel as a mountain bio. I think BICE, you said to have it, might have been removed. Okay, yeah, because I know they got added in regular or not regular, but Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice. Again, got added because I poked at them. Germany. Okay. I always wonder. I always like sort of pick a starting date and then think of an earlier starting date and then think of a starting date before that for these little talks. The Holy Roman Empire was a conglomerate of principalities, we'll call it that, and burghers. Not the good kind you eat, but towns, burgs. That goes through a long time. They elect kings. Sometimes the and the sort of Holy Roman Emperor or Kaiser, and and it's a loose confederation at best. Sometimes it is the Habsburg leader is the Holy Roman Empire. Other times they are specifically electing some of the weaker monarchs, either in personality or in size of empire, because, hey, if you're the leader of Bavaria or you're the leader of Hanover, they weren't yet, or I should say the elector, they weren't yet to be kings. If you're the elector of Hanover, do you want a strong ruler ruling over you, over the whole Holy Roman Empire? No, you sort of want weak so that you can, rule Hanover sort of independently. Okay, so it's made up of a collection of states. And there was a rule that there were no kings in the Holy Roman Empire. And then the Hohenzollerns get enough of Prussia out here that they at first get the title King of Prussia, but not King of Brandenburg or whatever in the Holy Roman Empire. It's for the territories outside of the Holy Roman Empire. Okay, well, this goes on, and then eventually, they start to have kings within it. But, and this is, they're in essence independent states. It's really become a fiction for the most part. It goes to the point that it is I would say it is practically meaningless in any substantial state by the beginning of the 18th century. The being elected Holy Roman Empire. It was more important to be, the ruler of Austria or the ruler of Prussia or the ruler of Bohemia or the ruler of Bavaria, whether they're called kings or whatnot. And there's often wars between, say, Prussia and like Austria. The last war that was under Frederick the Great was called the Potato War. Without Googling, I bet no one can tell me why it was called the Potato War. But, and that was, I'm not great on dates, but right around the 1772 or something right around 1770. The probably more 74. I don't know, somewhere around there. So this is a loose collection of states that most of the states, in most of the states, most of the people spoke German. Okay. the Czechs or the Bohemians, whatever you want to call them, many of them, maybe most of them, didn't speak German, but they were clearly part of the Holy Roman Empire. So, and that's sort of going along, and it's basically, like I say, falling apart. Then you get the French Revolution and Napoleon. They redraw the map several times during that era. France gobbles up what had been the Austrian Netherlands, nowadays we call it Belgium, as just part of France, and push the borders fairly deep into the Rhine area, and created a few new states in here. Well, that map falls apart at the collapse of Napoleon to something a bit more like the 18th century style map of the Holy Roman Empire, if you will, the various German states, as we'll call it, that are, again, virtually independent. Britain finally loses its last control in the Holy Roman Empire because it owned it owned Hanover. Britain owned Hanover, or we could say Hanover owned Britain. Well, the King of Britain was also the Elector of Hanover. We could say that until Queen Elizabeth becomes Queen of England, and the rules to be an elector, you have to be male. So someone else got the electorship. So except for during the Napoleonic conquest of the region, Britain from 1714 until right around 1795 or something, Britain owned Hanover, and then got Hanover back after Napoleon until Elizabeth and what was it, 1840s or something. So Hanover and Britain were, rather connected. So Britain is finally pushed out ultimately, from the continent, other than Gibraltar or something minor like that. And they also, of course, had Helgoland for quite a while. Britain did, but Britain's finally pushed out German and continental possessions, really, at that point. But so these are all independent states. Well, seeing the modern world and seeing changes, Bismarck decides that this patchwork of principalities is not going to be a good thing. Bit later, not terribly much later, Garibaldi down in Italy is seeing the patchwork of things down in Italy is not going to be a good thing. So they're both working very differently, but for unification. And because it's different, Bismarck, through a bit of coercion, through a few wars, first with Austria, to get Austria out of German affairs other than Austria, other than direct ruled areas, then announces the formation of the German Empire in the Hall of Mirrors in the Palace of Versailles at the end of the Franco-Prussian War. That's the 1850s. Again, people, I know some of you, Frederick planted potatoes for his army to eat. No, that wasn't, well, maybe he did, but that's not why it was called Potato War. I'll look and see in a moment. No, I do not speak German, Mohab, not at all. I know a few German words, but, Gott mit uns, but I don't speak German. And according to my German friends, much of my German pronunciations are laughable, which is sort of cool. 1871, Okay, was it okay? Think MMDB. Yeah, I'm sure you're right if you looked it up. 18th or just no. Okay, so he forms the German Empire, and like I say, where Garibaldi, and leaves just is a conquest mission to defeat opponents and unification of Italy. The one, okay, I guess there's San Marino is a teeny microstate. Another teeny microstate is Vatican City and Rome, but the papal states are gone. So his is a conquest. Very interesting. Only know it. Read a few articles many years ago about some of Garibaldi's stuff, going on battles and whatnot. So it's a very different unification than the Hohenzollerns forming the German Empire. In that, a lot of the big players in the outside of Austria, but in the region, are part of the war against France, meaning they're sending their army in as part of it, and so they are players in this new empire. They have not disappeared. It looks very much like the modern EU in a way. Again, people, Europeans, hear me. I know, hear me now. There's a few of you out there. And there's many good reasons to be a fan of the EU. There's also many reasons to not like the EU. I have my own personal opinions on it, but my understanding of history tells me that it's going to end up being like the United States eventually. So the European Union, the United States of America, there is, between those two titles, well, there's actually a little more the idea of United States versus European Union. If you continue down this path, you're going to become like the United States, a European version of it. I'm not saying you're going to, have cowboy hats and shoot guns all the time. I'm not saying you're going to become American, but you're moving towards a centralized governmental system with no longer national sovereignty. It'll just be regions within the United States of Europe. Just understand that that's where you're going. By your titles and by everything, that's where you're going. Like it or hate it, that's where you're going if you stay in it. Just know that. As far as my understanding, not opinion on whether I think it's probably a bad idea, but there are reasons to like the European Union, and I understand that. So this unification happens, but the Bavarian army is still more or less an independent army. This is one I know particularly about it. There is only a basic understanding, like there is to some degree in NATO, but a little bit more, is that we're all going to use the same weapons. So, and yeah, mostly it's the Prussians who are going to determine what the weapons we're going to use. But, and I guess I know some of this from watching a really great channel called Sea and Arsenal that started out reviewing. They look at old guns, small arms, World War I, but they've now branched out into other stuff that they've mostly got most of the major World War I guns done. That for some of the trials of picking some of the Mauser rifles, the records are just gone. And they're not sure when the records were or they were basically destroyed during World War II. But were they firebombed because of Allied bombing of Germany, or was it just the bonfires at the end of the war that burned all the records? But they do have the reports from the trials for some of the Mauser rifles. I forget, because they were sending, summaries of them down to Bavaria, because Bavaria was, had its own independent army, in essence. And it was independent as in command structure, units, everything. It was a self-contained unit that did have training similarities, did have equipment, unlike NATO, which you can have any rifle you want so long as it's either 223 or 308 or, well, fuck you all, we're Americans, we're coming up with this new round, we don't care what you think. But so long as it's something like that, you can have whatever rifle you want. Well, there was a little more standardization and organization beyond that. You might have slightly different, has the potential to become far more authoritarian than it is. Well, yes, it has the potential, and where I see more authoritarianism in the EU is it's seems like the strongest institutions are bureaucratic institutions that do not answer to an elected body like a legislature. In the United States, our bureaucracies answer operationally to the president, financially to the Congress. So Congress can defund and change the laws. And there's been right now fights in the United States over regulations that bureaucracies create. Are they going beyond the laws that Congress passes? And so how much power do their regulations pass without Congress going, oh yeah, just like, oh, you made that, okay, we approve, without a congressional approval. We don't see that in the I don't see that in the bureaucracy of the EU. I may be wrong, but so has been working one. Well, okay, yeah. Well, globalism is a different issue. I was talking the EU. So again, I'm not the greatest expert on the German Empire, but I do know, and there were several other, like I think Saxony also had its own army, but I don't know. Now, Prussia was the big state. Prussia was the dominant state. Prussia, definitely up until the end of World War II, really is the inheritors of Frederick the Great. Frederick the Great's army and his whole military establishment, all of that is very much, up until the end of World War II, I don't think either Western Germany or Eastern Germany, East Germany, West Germany, really, vaguely in the inheritors, but really the Prussia. So Frederick the Great, from the 1750s, 60s, 70s, all the way until 1945, is a constant, a continuity of an institution of military practices. They are definitely the dominant factor in German military affairs, the Prussian army. The other states, like I say, are, not all of them, not all the little city states that, had a 5,000 man army or something, some, I don't know, Dortmund, or I don't know who might have been a little, a little burger town or something that might have had a small army. Those are gone, but they're not gone as in like police departments that are, they're not gone. But as an army, it's just I think it's just 3 or 4 significant armies that are left by the start of World War I. So now we move the story from the formation of the German Empire to World War I. So Bavarians were not being drafted into a Hanoverian unit. I'm not sure if Hanover was part of the Prussian establishment or it's independent, but they were not being drafted up into Europe. So Bavarians were definitely the Kingdom of Bavaria. Still existed at the beginning of World War I. There was still a king in Bavaria who recognized the Kaiser above him. He's part of the German imperial system that had kings below it. It wasn't the independent state of Bavaria. It was a dependent state, but it was its independent state. And so there were several establishments like that. And again, I can't name them all right off my head. And so they have their own military hierarchy. So you're not going to go into somebody else's army. Now you might, mind you, move up into the general staff. That was another thing that again comes out of Prussia, dominated by Prussia. But the general staff is, and it's also a training facility, but it is organizing up things at a large scale, where you're talking corps and armies, not the army, but an army as in multiple corps. So yes, people may get assigned to, like from Bavaria or from some of the other smaller states, may get assigned up to like the general staff and work in higher positions like that. But your colonels, your majors in command of military units are not going to be outside of their army. And this is, Hitler, who is in Munich at the time of World War I starts as a foreigner, because he's an Austrian. He does join a Bavarian unit at the start of World War I. So, of course, Rommel was a pre-existing officer in the Bavarian army, and he serves in there through to the end. Now, for certain achievements like the Blue Max and other things, that's a Prussian, I believe, a medal. They do issue those out, but that's sort of big national stuff. So that's going on. By the end of World War I and the formation of the Reichswehr, I'm not sure the Wehrkrest system. I'm not sure if is there. I think it's there in the Reichswehr days. Definitely there in the Wehrmacht days. Coming after 1933, and that is sort of the reserve/training system in Germany. It's decentralized, and divisions definitely have a home region that they predominantly get recruiting from, whether replacements or whatever. So it is still regional, but there is no longer the idea of a Prussian army and a Bavarian army and a Hanoverian army or any of these other smaller armies. It's all of that. But the German states and Prussia, there's Prussia over here somewhere, people. Now, it's just little bits and pieces of Prussia. Prussia's sort of like everywhere. It's under the National Socialists that you start to have rationalization in a geographical sense to the idea of provinces or whatever that's everything's is rationally puts out. So you don't have Prussia between East and West Prussia having bits and pieces of territory all over. So things are becoming more rationalized. And that is really up to the National Socialists. So that is sort of the story and the situation of how Germany changes. And modern Germany is very much a product of National Socialist Germany. Their dictionary, and yes, I know we have a few, native German speakers here, the Agros at the convenience store run right now, but their dictionary, to the best of my knowledge, is the National Socialist Dictionary, because there was no single German dictionary prior to the National Socialists coming up with a dictionary. There were multiple German dictionaries. Another friend of mine who's around sometimes is Swiss German, and he speaks both what he calls High German, or the German that is spoken in Germany today, or the Swiss German. But back before the start of World War, before the Nazis come into power, there's a bunch of regional German languages without the idea that there is a correct versus an incorrect German. So word usage, word meaning, different words for the same thing used in different regions, different spellings. All of that is rationalized under the National Socialists. Spelling, a lot of that stuff is done, and as well as political regions, and a lot of that holds true in the post-war era. So yeah, that's sort of the story of German unification and the stages on it, and it is only now, or only post the fall of communism, do we have the reunification of most of Germany, and the growing ideas of Austrians are not Germans. That they're separating themselves. You separate yourself long enough, you become something different. May have a common ancestry, but yeah. So yeah, and so that really affects people. Another person it affected was Ernst Röhm, who was another Bavarian, who was an officer in World War I. He hated the Prussian elites with a passion. That and his sort of revolutionary zeal is he wants the SA to become a replacement for the German army, and that really puts Hitler in a bad place. And so Hitler, does the Night of the Long Knives and has Ernst Röhm killed, because Hitler both fears the army and knows the army is a better option for his goals than Röhm's brown shirts. Röhm's brown shirts in 1924 are almost entirely made up of World War I veterans. By 1936, there's a lot more young men that did not see any combat in World War I. And although there is a certain amount of military training going on with the SA, even at that time, definitely more into 36, 38, there is no real good combined arms, the idea of training for artillery and infantry and all those kind of tactics. There are no real good command maneuvers. They were just really sort of the street thugs that they had become, and might be a good source of militia defense units, which that's what one of their functions actively were. But to being a professional army, no. Bad. Okay, let's take a look at. I don't know if I said hi, Elizabeth, when you first said. I know I reacted to your comment there. Well, the EU Parliament has approved laws, but it is a habit of rubber stamping everything. Yeah, or whatever the RU equivalent of laws is, or I think remember. Yeah, EU. It's been a while since I ironed my Nazi flag. It was a joke. Okay. Yeah, I am not a friend of Nazis here, Mohib. Nazis are evil. I definitely think so. I know in other parts of the world, and particularly in Asia, they don't necessarily understand how evil they were. They just see them as one of the participants in World War II. Okay, I want to move you to there. Yes. But yeah, so that's sort of the story of the unification of Germany here. Right. Okay, let's make another episode. Now I got my talking out of the way and you get to playing again. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron's 4's Black Ice. Before I get started, I want to thank Tim, Strongarm, Niagro, Timothy, Sir Toyjet, Gary, Garrett, Marcus, and Folk, and of course the great Hoffmanator for support over on Patreon. But what I really ask everybody to do is just make sure you lick the like button. It's tasty, and post a comment. Just say hi. Can we get 10 people to say hi on that? It really helps with the algorithm. Love to get more people watching this. in future. So, yeah, let's get going here. And thank you, Muhab. Okay, so we have this. We get Hitler Youth laws, Hitler Youth, okay. Okay, so we get gains Hitler Youth, which grants political power gain 3%, stability 3%. Okay, well, that will fight against the 6%. Okay, see, I would have done this. I would have done this much, much long ago if I knew it had this there, and daily fascism support. Okay. I don't know. Why do we have a picture of and a badly colorized picture of the SS here? I don't get that. I don't get that. I know for some reason they. I'm not saying it's wrong. Oh well, the picture's wrong, but and I like to tell stories through pictures. Okay. I want to do all of these things. I can't do them all. I can do some of them. Okay, we can do the fate of Czechoslovakia. I think it's unknown focus, and I could have been doing some more research here to try to intelligence. Sometimes you may sort of want to wait to, have them get through this so you can, build up some more resources before you take them over. But I think we will just grab them up now because we are running out of time, and I could use their industry and other things to make things better. Are you invading Denmark and Norway? Very likely. Very likely. Yes, I do mostly firearms, but I do have other things than, Muhib was asking if I collect World War II artifacts. Yeah, I'm out in California, so I do have European friends that have access to some more basic stuff. But I have a bunch of World War II stuff, but mostly firearms from World War II. Guns, pistols, rifles, that kind of thing. Get the resource industrial plan. Okay. Well, we'll do that too. Okay, artillery workshops. Good. If we build a few of those or whatever, probably help there. Production, let's get submarines. I don't know if we're going to do that so much because once we get through these, which April 40, yeah, but that's just that we're going to mostly be doing. I may move instead of more submarines, I may do ship, just transport ships. Okay, so we have still going down. Strategic deployment, very good. Well, very cool, Poop Hunter. Uh-huh. Okay. No. Don't think there's any more we need to do over there. So we're going to focus here. 1940. We got strategic redeployment. What was that one? Foreign design license. That too much. That's really good. We have maxed out on army experience. So, 100. Yep, let's spend 100. May not be the best spend, but let's do that. How are we doing? Okay, we need more trucks. Light vehicles we're catching up on. I do want to motorize and develop some more of these divisions, but they're just gonna. So maybe we'll get a bunch of stuff. Okay, from taking over Czechoslovakia. Oh, aircraft models, 1939. We can do better heavy fighters, better Stukas. We'll do them HE 111s. Yeah. Okay, currently. Well, I get. We have, again, Himmler costing us 6% base stability. Not that, we could talk, again, the final solution, it's very evil, but it doesn't start until the war starts. I think it's 41. Now, there's a lot of persecution against the Jews, and some killing of them. There's the camps, but I would argue they're creating stability more than losing it. I would argue that. But you could argue there's other disruptions that may be a bit disruptive. I just don't get that. But a propaganda minister as good as Goebbels with the radio technology that that they do sort of put out there that going on, that should counteract anything Himmler's doing. So either Himmler really needs to have his costs brought down, or really that's a little too long. How long until 8 days? We're going to wait 8 days. Yes, 41. Yes, pickle. Yeah, so and excluding Jews from German society, because that's what was going on. No question about that. Excluding them from German society is causing a certain level of destabilization. I would agree with that. But I want to do this. I want to come over here, I think, and on Then, yeah. Oh, no, but still cannot. Do we want to update this to a D? Okay, let's, okay, defense breakthrough 713. 15. Hardness, soft attack. I think we're going to stay with this because I think this is going to be, because note with these D models, see those road wheels are different than these road wheels. That was just sort of limited production, so I think we're going to stay with this because I think this is going to be a bigger hit to our production capabilities. Okay, thank you, Dominique. It's okay, different light tank. Okay. Hello, Jeton. Have you seen the movie Conspiracy? Is that the one where with Kenneth Branagh, the actor playing I think Reinhard Heydrich, and they're all mostly just sitting around in a room discussing the plans for the final solution? If that's the movie, then yes. Been many years, saw it when it like first came out, but yeah, so I have seen that. I just don't remember the name of for sure the name of it. Can you success? Actually, you know, I do want to make what is a cavalry tank? A cavalry tank is is a tank that fits a particular doctrine. Okay, and it's different in different nations. Generally, a cavalry tank. No, not necessarily an up-armored light tank. A cavalry tank is a fast tank. In the Soviet Union, they had infantry tanks and cavalry tanks. At least that's my terms I'm using for them. I don't know if they would have called them that. All of their tanks, basically, in the Soviet Union, in the late 1920s through to the early 1930s, or to the late 1930s, through that whole time period, all have approximately the same thickness of armor. The infantry tank either looks like, well, mostly is the T-26, which is a small tank, and it's used to support infantry operations. The cavalry tank is the BT series, basically the BT-5 and the BT-7. The BT-3 is limited early production. The BTs are all based on Christie's design, stolen. They bought like 2 or 3 Christie tanks or something like that. Christie was desperate for sales, and then they just ripped them off and didn't ever pay them for pay them licensing fees. Just completely ripped them off. And the BT series has approximately, depends on the 5 or the 7, but has approximately the same gun on it. Now, some of the T-26s, some of the models have like 2 machine gun turrets, but most of the T-26s, the infantry tanks, have a 45 millimeter gun and a machine gun. So do the BT series. Definitely the BT-7s have a 45 millimeter gun and a machine gun on them. It's just the BT series the tanks are longer to house a much bigger engine, so that they're designed to operate like a cavalry unit, charging around without direct infantry support. Meaning, not that they're going to like charge into a city and try to take over a city, or charge into a forest and fight in the forest. They're going to have infantry around, but they're going to be, charging around somewhat independently. The idea of, at least, the Soviets weren't very good pre-war with combined arm tactics to do sort of like the encirclements, rapid, fast-moving, large numbers hitting, where the T-26s were going to be moving up either in support of or have supporting infantry with them in their operations. In Britain, their cavalry tanks, and they keep this up until really late into the war, I would say, or at least the second half. They have infantry tanks and they have cavalry tanks. Infantry tanks start out at the Matilda 1, which is just a very heavily armored machine gun only tank. And the Matilda 2 is what you see in World War II. That does have a main gun, heavily armored, slow, because, there's three elements to a tank: firepower, protection, and mobility. It is really hard to max out all three of those. And because of World War I experience, the British don't just want to have the front of the tank well armored, they want to have the sides well armored, because they, see the fighting in the terms of going over the trenches in World War I and being shot equally from the sides as it is from the front, or need to be protected. So they have infantry tanks. They don't need to go very fast. They need to be well protected from anti-tank guns, that kind of thing. And they need to have a decent, and obviously as war goes, as the actual war is happening going on, they're up armoring or up gunning their tanks to be able to penetrate enemy tanks. So speed is less important, armor is more important. They have the cavalry tanks, like starting before the war, the A14, I think it is, or the A13 or the A14, or both. These are larger vehicles. They have less armor. Sometimes with auxiliary turrets. For them, it's just like a single or one or two machine gun turrets. And, light armor is fast. You see it continues into the early Western Desert, like the Crusader tanks, the well-sloped armor, fast-moving kind of thing. So that's a cavalry tank versus an infantry tank in their doctrine. Germany doesn't really do cavalry tanks. I know that's called there, and whatever. If I'd really realized that it was going to be some different branch, I probably wouldn't have researched it. But they're looking at a combined arms tank. They have both a standard tank, I'm talking at the start of the war, a standard tank and a support tank, the Panzer III, the Panzer IV. The Panzer Is and IIs were supposed to be more or less gone by the start of the war. Obviously, the war starts early. They still have lots of them in their front rank service, still using the Panzer I up until the start of Barbarossa. They're still being used as tanks. They do also have an infantry tank concept. They just don't put a turret on it, and they call it a Sturmgeschütz. That's von Manstein is the not the guy who sits there and designs the tank, but he's the guy who specifies what the Sturmgeschütz should be. It's a fire support vehicle, and it is there to support infantry attacks. So unlike the British, who sees an infantry tank, again, tanks are designed around a doctrine, at least mostly. So the idea is with the British is that it's moving slowly, can move a bit faster maybe than not maybe faster than a man can sprint or run real fast in a short distance, but is moving fast or a little bit faster than men are going to move, generally speaking, for a considerable amount of time. So, but it can be but not like as fast as a vehicle can drive. So it's gonna sort of like lead the way with infantry moving up along with it or right behind it, if you know what I mean. And when they get to sort of a position, they'll pause, and the infantry can come out and clear out the village or the guys behind the hedgerows or whatever, and then and then move on. And so it's sort of intermixing that way. Where the German concept of an infantry support tank, again, the Sturmgeschütz, they purposefully don't want a turret on it, is that it's supposed to be the infantry, because this is the infantry, they're going to do the attack. Either before the attack starts, because they know scout out the Maginot Line or the Belgian defenses. So either they know where the defenses are, or as the attack develops, they'll encounter an enemy resistance point, whether it's a bunker or whether it's just guys in a building. Because, again, their use of radios, they're going to call up, and not like from way off somewhere else, but from nearby, they're going to call up a support tank. It's going to come up. They're going to presumably know where the enemy is. The tank is going to stay behind the infantry screen, more or less. I mean, obviously, in reality, it doesn't always work out this way, but we're talking about the concept here. It's going to stay up behind the infantry screen. It's going to predominantly be shot at from the front. So you want to maximize your armor in the front. You want to not have too many other things to hit. So you want a small profile, but also smaller the profile. If you're going to have 100 pounds of weight, and is that going to be spread over a you guys like to use meters. I'm going to use feet here. Over a 2-foot area, over a 1-foot area. And if it's spread out, high, 1 foot high or 2 foot high area. If it's only spread out over a 1 foot high area, that means you can double the thickness of that piece of armor. And it was to have, not because they had anti-tank guns to deal with tanks. It was designed. They did not have a long-barreled 75 available. They only had the short barrel at the time. Not that they wouldn't have wanted it. They wanted to have enough explosive power in the round to explode, so it moves up and it can fire indirectly. The Sturmgeschütz had the ability to short-range indirect fire or direct fire onto a target, blow up that target, suppress the target, whatever, to facilitate infantry movement. And that is a very good thing. We can look at the French doctrine. I guess you guys love me talking about doctrines. They had the cavalry tanks being like the, I always butcher the pronunciation, the Soumwa, fairly big, fast. Now they have cavalry, armored cavalry regiments, if you will. I don't mean horses, wearing armor. I mean that before the war breaks out. But it's the first armored division is created and given to Charles de Gaulle. And within the week, and it isn't fully formed, he's attacking at Arras, I believe. But very, very quickly, he's attacking with this division. So it never really functions very well. Where they've got a bunch of FT-17s, those are the World War I tanks, either machine gun or 37 millimeter, or they have a bunch of R-35 or H-35, little 2-man infantry tanks. Those are the modern tank for 1940. Although, designed and started in production in 35, basically, but they're fairly thickly armored, thicker than average German armor. They have both a machine gun and a low velocity 37 millimeter gun, mostly because they just got a lot of, they had literally used leftover World War I, unused, warehoused 37 millimeter guns, keep it cheap. So that's what they keep doing. They, just as the war is breaking out, they realize it doesn't have enough armor penetration, so they start to replace it with a slightly higher velocity, not as high velocity as the German 37, but a slightly higher velocity 38 millimeter gun. And it's little better, but most of them, 80-90% of them are still armed with the old gun. Gun, and it's a 2-man, and so it's fairly slow because it doesn't need to be too fast, a little bit faster than the FT-17. It's better than it's sort of like a super FT-17, and it's meant, and they have them all spread out in company strength, basically attached to divisions. And I don't know, I just quite honestly don't know whether they operated as a company together, or whether they were, send that platoon to support that, brigade, and send that platoon to support that brigade, and send the other platoon to support the other brigade. I really don't know how they were operated in World War II, whether they kept together as a company in support of an infantry division or infantry corps, or whether they were even piecemealed out further. And most of them did not have radios. So you know, that's the idea between a cavalry tank and an infantry tank. I hope that was all fun to listen to, and I'm just going to try to stay on it. So it's more of a speed issue for most countries. Let's do a lot of stuff. Bradley's. Oh wow, you guys have been chatting a lot. I know you guys have been chatting. Okay. BT42 is epic. Yeah, Mojave, you're seeing it now a lot. I know in War Thunder and a few other games have it. It's the Finns upgrading of the BTs. Can you show us the different texts for Panzer IIIs you currently have versus? Okay. Tank leases. I don't know. We'll check that out in a minute. Infantry focus instead of a multi-role. Yeah. They nowadays we're doing it. Bradley is ours at present. Okay. Yeah. I could argue against that, but in doctrine, although I think it has anti-tank missiles when needed, tow missiles. Yes. Main armor. Yeah. Hello, Tinky. How you doing? Forgot who it was, but someone in German high command was pushing for heavier tanks from the start, but got ignored because Guderian Blitz works so well. Yeah. Prior to, I don't know, 1935, 1936, the idea of a heavy tank was a bigger tank, not more heavily armored. They thought you have the sort of New Art series, the Neubaufahrzeug. Hope you guys Germans, Tinky, like my German pronunciation. You know, they got 2 guns in the turret, you know, 2 cannons in the turret, plus a machine gun and, you know, coaxially on the turret, and 2 auxiliary turrets. The French has some early 1920s bullshit that's sort of like that. And then, you know, they have the Char B1 BICE version with a turret and then a 75 millimeter howitzer down in the hole. The Russians have various multi-gun or multi-turreted vehicles. They're just big, sort of land battleships. Have one vehicle do many things at once, which is warfare has shown that it's not the best idea. Where late war you start to get the idea of heavy tanks being heavier armored because of the realities of things. So heavy fast tanks, that was, yeah, Germans developed infantry tanks in 1939 of one of those Panzer 1S only. Yeah, there was they built some prototypes of those, which is a stupid idea. I think it depends on the platform. One of those guys. Okay. Not perfect survival, really good. Yeah. Oh yeah, the stuff in the Russian pocket. It does seem like most of those people in the Bradley survived. At least I saw some videos of some of the guys in the Bradley after being mission killed, at least. I don't know how badly it was damaged at that point, but looked like most of the guys getting out well and climbing onto another Bradley and getting out. On a side note, why stream title? Do you guys do this? So, no. What I'm doing is against terms of service now for Twitch. I'm multi-streaming on multiple platforms, including YouTube and Rumble. Hi, Rumble people. There's a few of you over there. And terms of service says you can't do that anymore. Well, I'm going to do it. So I may get kicked off the platform. I don't know if they're going to actually enforce this, but it's in their terms of service. So I'm just trying to encourage people to make sure if you do follow me on Twitch, to also subscribe over on YouTube, just in case, because I'm here basically every Saturday morning, out here in California. New build drive thing, yes. Yes, so that's why I may get kicked off of here. And I'm not that I want to be, but I just want to make sure if I am, people can still find me and know what's going on. Okay. Well, we just got done, not with this. Okay. We're waiting on that another few days. What did we just, okay. Lower Austria. This research center. Wow. Okay, we could do this. Fuel silo enabled. Fuel capacity 5%. We could do improve catalytic cracking. I'd rather do that first. Fuel gain. That looks like, okay, how many days? 225, 78 days. Okay, so you always got to look here, balance out, okay, more gain, 10% more for fuel, where this is 15% more fuel and more fuel gain from refineries, but there's only 78 days, so that's 225 days. That's a lot more, but we'll do this one. I am paying attention to the fuel situation, even though. Yeah, well, the problem is that if you allow things like that, Tinky, not that I would object to it, but the problem is it becomes Pornhub at some point, and that's all it. And they're afraid because they know that I think it's a majority, but most of the Twitch viewers are under the age of 21. That parents will, if they hear bad things about it, will not allow their children readily to watch it. Armed Forces, okay. Nation, right, okay. So, that. Yeah, well, before it had been just in if you were either a partner or a Twitch partner or the other status affiliate. You couldn't multi-stream, and that's why I qualified to be an affiliate, but I did not want to do that because I wanted to be able to multi-stream. I want to grow my platform more than I want to make a few extra, a few more dollars than some other. Okay. Following the effects will occur, Czechoslovakia Republic will become Bohemia. Does anybody know? I mean, what game effects outside of these two things are there? I don't know if no, Dominique knows. Oh, before I do this, I'm going to save because I may want to come back and do it differently. Twitch streamers. Oh yes, I heard that. Yes, and I was already before I heard the XQC thing. I was trying yesterday to set the multi-stream up for Kick instead of Facebook, and I think there was maybe a problem with Kick or something. I couldn't log in properly and whatnot. So I am still on Facebook today, but maybe next week I'm going to try to make sure I'm streaming on Kick. But yes, that looks like a good thing. But I want to be out there for it is I do make money off of this. I would like to make more money off of streaming and YouTubing, most assuredly, but growth is more important than a few more dollars. So I would rather have a bigger audience and make a little less money than have a smaller audience and you make, I mean, at some point, yeah, if you want to pay me, $10,000 a stream or something, I'll stream privately for you. I mean, the only stuff I would normally do anyways, but, yeah, enough money would get me to a limited stream, but it's got to be considerably more money. I'm shocked that I talked to a 12-year-old on mature Mark's streams. It's no good because I tend to be blunt, and yeah, I can believe that. Okay, experience. I got into an argument and eventually revealed I was arguing with a teenager. That was an eye-opening moment for me. Yeah. I have to be role models when youngsters are around, at least I tell myself. And then you flirt banter with some minor. Yeah, well, I don't flirt banter, but yeah, you don't know who you're dealing with online. I presume everybody online is a 40-year-old male, just because I'm old enough, and the internet was always with people pretending to be hot chicks when they weren't. So unless I really think I know there's something else uh, out there. Hey, Satur, how you doing? It's been a little while since I've seen you. All neckbeards and idiots. Yeah, absolutely. I know what you mean. Okay. Czechoslovakia was a puppet state. Elizabeth. Okay. Twitch is rather misandrous and bans men for 10 times. Yeah, we know that. When I hit the internet, AOL times dial up. Yep, I'm that old too. Never really did the AOL. I did Netscape way back in the day. Getting warm up there where you are in Sweden. Yeah, well, I'm doing very well, and it's actually rather cool here in Southern California. Ah, okay. Czechoslovakia will become known as the Bohemian Czech territory. I guess we'll do that. We're not doing any more West Wall stuff. Is there going to be another event here? Or did I just mess this up? No? Okay, fate of Czechoslovakia here. Okay, I guess we're still just waiting for that. I thought we had... Okay, well, we're researching the better bombers. Well, again, yes, there's a lot of things I want to build. But let's look over here and things I need to build. Mountain warfare equipment, well, we're slowly catching up and we're not producing any more. Oh, awesome. I guess we don't have an option, so we do that. Light vehicles, trucks, transport trucks. We want to motorize a lot of other things. So we are catching up here on light vehicles, just down by 54. We are 1,000 almost down on transport trucks. And I have a bunch more divisions I want to motorize and form panzer divisions, and these upgrade to the, yeah. So let's do trucks. We do have extra rubber, which is also useful. There we go. That's what we'll do with that. To Hoch's request to spare his country in IRL, Hitler refused. No, that's not what I did. We're still doing the fate of Czechoslovakia. Because if you notice, it was Bohemia, Moravia. It's this province, or yeah, this state and this state. Will be Slovakia will be the fate, depends on the king. We're going to create Slovakia here. You tried the darkest hour a lot. No, I've not. Maybe I should. I'm not just. I haven't I haven't played that one yet. Okay, the Donier, reasonable request. No, we're not removing him. We will go take a look at. When are we getting these damn gun? Oh, we've got that. Oh, can we do the research thing here? No. What I need to do is click here, I think. No, I want to be over here. Yep, that's what I was looking for. We want the 50mm gun. Good. That's the all-purpose. We want to do these other ones first. Okay, so we just got, we're getting that. We just got the Donier DO-17 Fast Bomber M. Okay, well, I think I would rather, these are both good, but I want a fighter better, faster, sooner. I've tried Enlisted, it's okay. Have you played Company of Heroes or Men of War? I think a little bit of one of those. I forget what it like, but an older version, like 2 or something. I'm not sure. Not much, as you can sort of tell from my not exactly sure about what. Yeah, I have a little bit. Okay. We can do skills and training. Okay. Monthly stability. Oh, well, here, party popularity stability modifier. Party popularity. Oh, well, let's try that. That may get me out of this grind down. Really Black Ice tech team split, and I like how 44 production queues, but aside from that, from the pony mod, I find no joy in the game. Yeah. Well, this has definitely so far been a good experience for me. So far. Now, we haven't gotten any fighting other than a little bit around in Spain, so yeah, I want to update my mod for the more or less, I don't know if exactly the most recent version, Black Ice for Hearts of Iron 3, and then I want to play through that for the channel. Yeah, they'll probably swing the pendulum back at some point. I don't know. Between Hoi 3 King. Okay, Carpathian, no, we'll give this to Hungary Garrison Training. Okay, so we are in 39 now. Okay, soft attack and defense 2 and 12. Just want to see. This is a little better. We'll do that. And yeah, we'll upgrade this. A little bit of a hit to production capabilities. You know, part of it is streamlining, yeah. But part of it is the simple. Some of the things which encourages more doom stacks is making the provinces, bigger. There's fewer provinces in Europe than about half as many in Hearts of Iron 3 versus Hearts of Iron 4. So it encourages doom stacks more, and it discourages, tactical operations. Okay, well, now, railways, that's what I want to look at. Okay, railways. This is going to become important, I suspect. I know it is in other. Okay, so we've got 4 from Berlin down to here. Now, coming out here, we're going to want more railways. 2 just isn't going to cut it. Coming up to this supply point, do they have 4 down to here? Three to there, but once we get that, okay, so well, that will get more supplies up to here quicker. The supply point there. But I have seen some of the stuff PDF is planning and excited for it. Well, very good, Suitor. Yeah, Suitor does work over there at Paradox. I know you can't say much. Paradox got lazy, people. Paradox got lazy. Where before they would release a game that was really good but really buggy because maybe overambitious, to where Hearts of Iron 4, they pushed that out way too early. They got super lazy and just killed the franchise of Imperator Rome. They just got lazy. And they also branched out into many other things for a while. And I could, there's so much good here. It just, yeah, I'd love to hear what Suitor knows but can't say. Love to hear it, but obviously many reasons why they don't want him to say it now, I'm sure. Division spread out a long area, but Hoy treats mini tiles big, saying, yeah, I would be happy if they bring something fun for me. Vic 3, well, probably not being a bad game, gave me nightmares. Went back to maybe your old, that could be, or maybe love Vic market too much. Yeah, could be. Okay, goodbye, Sing. Thanks for hanging out with us. Oh, you don't work there anymore, actually. Okay, so I can be a little less diplomatic. Okay, I did not know you left there, but I don't follow everything unless somebody tells me. Been in games long enough to know people have different tastes. Oh, yeah. Personally, I like the more historical approach for games and less for the super alt history stuff. But the numbers indicate that we are a minority. Yeah, you're probably right about that, Suitor, but you also have to realize how do I put this? There's 2 things. One, I think the crowd that, well, I think because I look around and see so many World War II games, whether it's World of Tanks or War Thunder, or I don't even know most of the names, little mobile app games that are World War II, or Gary Grigsby's War on the Eastern Front 2 or something, or War in the East 2, to a lot of other games that are done that are very World War II centric and are hard for people to get into, so a complete range of stuff. World War II seems very popular. Paradox has courted and developed an audience, a brand audience with CK, EU, and Vicky that is alt history. And the World War II genre is different. Now, I don't know how just how big the world, playing. I'm talking, playing a grand strategy game. I get so many comments now. Again, it may be self-selection. People that like the history stuff. I get so many people that don't like the bullshit alt history. Turn America fascist, or let's play as the czars of Russia in 1930 something. And not just alt history as what if France and Britain do not guarantee Poland, so and Hitler, when Hitler goes into Poland, they don't go to war with France and Britain, and then which could have happened. And let's go. It's not completely wacky alt history, but it is definitely what not happened. And then just have then have a Soviet Union versus Germany fight kind of thing, and Italy stays out of it. Some somewhat plausible stuff set in the 1930s to 40s, alt history. I think that would, if you're talking that, yeah, that would be quite popular. But let's restore the Kaiser. I think that's the Paradox crowd. I think, and I may be wrong, but I think that's the Paradox crowd that they've cultivated. And I think doing that pushes away a lot of the core history people that just won't play, and because they're core history people. So I think that is part of it. So and how it goes. And two, in my opinion, and this is again my opinion, to do good alt history, you first have to do the history. You first have to know what the history is. You first have to build on it. And so if they focused first on getting history, do that in depth right, and then added alt history on it at choice points. But again, going back, I really think what the Paradox crowd wants is, hey, this is what I think they would really, really love to do is, hey, I play a game in, CK, whatever version, CK. And then when I get to the end of that, I start up EU and I import from CK. So I import the conditions of the world at CK to the starting of EU. Play through EU, get through the end of EU, and then start up Vicky and go import from EU save whatever and start playing that. Get done with Vicky, open up Hearts of Iron, or EU 20th Century as I like to call the idea. So sort of end of Victoria, open up the save game and go from there and forward. I think a lot of them would love that as a thing. And that's what I think they've got their audience, and that's what I still think it is. Let's see. Hey, Paul, you finally got a notification. Well, good. Well, I'm here every Saturday, starting 2.5 hours ago. So I keep, I'm so it's every Saturday. I'm very reliable, so you can set another reminder if you need reminding when I'm going to be here. Well, we're going to end this episode, but I'm going to keep the live stream going, so all of you there, keep hanging out. But those watching later, thanks so much for watching. I'll see you next time with more Hearts of Iron. And stop that, and we'll make a save. I want to read some of these chats, and then we will continue on. Let's see. I want to get through that. I do want to respect the good chats here. Oh boy, a lot of stuff. Personally, okay, yeah. Market for fancy and shiny, just bigger ahistorical super weapon. Yeah. Yeah, liking Hoi. I never played Hoi 2, so I can't really comment on it, but I've seen some video and whatnot. Not everyone likes every level of details of games. Some people want to play Axis and Allies. Some people want to, some people want to play, something more like Strategic Command, World War II. Some people want to play, how detailed do you want to get into a game to have fun? And so not everyone likes every level of detail, and I totally, totally get that. And that is why there should be a broad range of games. I mean, just generally speaking. So, and there's no reason not to like something like Hoi 2. True, but to compare games, EU is somewhat decided after 100 years, while EU took 30 years minimum if you got lucky. Personally, I vastly historical alt history should be an option. But yeah, and I'm not against an alt history thing. I just want history done first, and then meaning give me good history games, and then if you want to make alt history DLCs, have fun. Maybe I'll check them out. Not that I hate them. I do like the weird and wonderful world of Kaiserreich. That's sort of what I call it, because I think it's weird, it's wonderful, and they set it, unlike the sort of, oh, let's go down the alt history focus tree in one of these games. They've sort of set up a whole world that is wacky and based off of a certain premises. And if you do that, fine, I can play in it, because I'm no longer playing a World War II game. I'm just playing a game of what somebody goes, well, what if Germany wins World War I and the world looks like this in 1936, and go, So, yeah, I'm good with that. First one's filled. Okay. Yeah, let's see. The Netherlands is actually Paradox brand strategy game with the most unique monthly players, a super dedicated fan base. Yeah, maybe some core history people get pushed away, but Paradox is still happier for it. Yeah, I'm sure they could be. Yeah, and so like I say, I know, and I know you know too, Suitor, that yes, some core history people, and I don't know the actual numbers, and I don't know the sales numbers over on all of the different games published by Slytherin or Matrix, but I do know some of the people that have games published by those people, Warplan, are very pleased with their numbers of games sold. And so, no, I don't think Warplan sells anywhere near as much as Hearts of Iron. But Warplan is basically developed by one guy who got some outside support here and there to do stuff outside of his core competency. So it's basically a game made by one person. And so you look at all this stuff. I think if you delivered a game that would please the core historical people out there, a good game that pleased the core historical people out there, all the alt history people would have been reasonably fine playing that game the first 2 or 3 times, and then by the time they've sort of played through it a bit, Then you start releasing the alt history DLCs, and now you've pleased both audiences because you get the alt history people and money and development, and you've retained the core history people as well. So it would be additive, not subtractive. But the way they've done it, and part of it is just effort, money put in, because you got to pay somebody to sit in the office and program, is that they put too much effort into. It was a shit show when Hoy, when you legitimately, without cheating within the game, you have Luxembourg taking over multiple countries, or Belgium taking over France without cheating in the game. And the game is just broken. It's a shit show. And even if you're going alt history, there's no way that in any reality, in any sort of game, that even if it's just a fantasy game, something like Belgium could take over France and do a world conquest. It was just a shit show. So yeah, but they still put out with sometimes mediocre good content. Best is they don't care about us. They don't care about you in the aggro. I've learned that, and that's what Suter's saying. Because we buy anyways. Yeah, people buy anyways. I care little for all history, but yes, the international weapons market coming the next one. That's great. Yes. Now, some of that stuff is free. I don't know if the international weapons market will be free or part of the paid DLC. Okay, good. Love to have you around, Paul, and everyone else, of course. So yeah, so I'm very regular. Hey, Ragar, how you doing? And hello, Mikimo, Mikimoi, I guess is how you pronounce that. Are you from Japan or something? I don't know. Kaiserreich, but don't like Bhutan painting the map via a tree that has tons. Yeah, that's sort of the weird stuff. Is more detail than normal. Yes, absolutely. Kaiserreich has more detail. And I have to wonder. Yeah, there is a problem with taking a mod and turning it into a DLC, especially if you have a lot of different contributors. But I've created a mod. It's just because I haven't updated it, so it's not terribly being played, for Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice, Third Reich event. But I made in very explicit to everyone who is contributing, you own nothing of your contributions to me. Meaning I don't, you have, so if it ever was to turn into a DLC, which I don't think it will at this point, but I had hopes at times, even for Hearts of Iron 4 or something, you're contributing with no expectations of ownership, of shared partnership, of any sort of thing. So it is my mod. You're just giving me stuff to add to it, so you get none of it. So if you establish an ownership of Kaiserreich like that, I don't know why they don't pay Kaiserreich and polish that up a bit better and turn that out as a DLC. Why they didn't do that long time ago, and to make it because I think it would be popular enough and make enough money as a DLC, and just stop updating the free version of it so that it becomes unplayable with modern versions of Hoi 4, and go forward with that, so that people buy it. I don't know why they didn't do that, because you just, but maybe they figured ownership, who to partner with as individuals is maybe too hard to do. But see, that would turn out, I think, a good thing. New Hoi 4 focused on Scandinavia. Yeah. Now, I don't know why. Why haven't they done a German focus? Yeah, Alvaro, exactly, Suter. Some guy in Warplane Pacific is super fun. Oh, absolutely. Why didn't they why haven't they put out a proper German DLC for Hearts of Iron 4, Suter? Is there a reason that they haven't? And if you're allowed to say from your possible NDAs, I don't know. Not that you need to give details, but just like why they haven't. did Germany, which is the main focus. Yeah, that stuff's still possible. Yeah, people would conquer Asia with Tibet. It was awful. Yeah, that's that kind of, yeah. Yeah, I want your ass covered legally before doing it. Yeah, yeah. That's why I very much stated in some of the first posts for Third Reich events that everything you're contributing, you'll never get it. You'll never get paid for it. You don't own it. You were voluntary. Whatever I said. I don't know how it would stand up in contract law, but it's pretty fairly explicit that. And if people started sending me stuff halfway serious, I would remind them of that so that they wouldn't feel, if it ever did turn into a paid DLC, well, I want my money. No, I sent you this stuff, and whether I ever would throw them a few bucks or not, I don't know, but I wanted to make it very clear that there was no expectations of that, and I couldn't possibly even suggest that there was because of that. Yeah, but people want to get paid for their stuff, because I stopped modding just because of time. If somebody wants to pay me to mod, in essence, make a DLCs, I'll happily take that job. So long as, yeah, I'll happily take it. I'm not moving to Sweden though, but I would do it remotely from here. I think that they would consider Germany part of the core experience, so they neglect, or so they get negative feedback from community from having a lot of German stuff behind paywalls. Well, Germany suffers because of that, in my opinion, but the mere speculation. Yeah, okay, well that's interesting. They see it as a core. Yeah, and I know there's a new guy leading the Hoi 14 now podcasts onto something else, and but which I've had little or no interaction, so I don't know his thinking on things at all. Where I sort of in a vague kind of online way is all I'm saying. Sort of knew what was from various, text chats that I had with Podcat. I sort of knew what his vision for things was. Germany portraits are not available. Yeah. People already hate Paradox because it makes thousands of DLCs. Want to pay? Well, we could argue that not all of these, and I know the thing is national focuses. I think national focuses have become overdone. I'm looking at this here. Again, talking to Podcat long ago, because I talked to him several times about Third Reich events, and talk as becoming possible a DLC, and I talked through Paradox Interactive about this, and sort of back from Paradox Interactive, who had talked to Podcat, who I also talked to directly. And this was fairly on in the thing, was the reply for Third Reich events was not yet. That was basically it. And so I, for a long time, thought I might get contacted that so long as Podcat was in charge, hey, yeah, we're thinking about doing a German focus thing. Do you want to help work on it? Do you want to contribute? Something, but nothing ever came of it. And so it was not a turning down Third Reich events as a DLC. And I think if the answer would have been likely a no, they just would have said no. And this was fairly early on, and so it was a not yet. Because it wasn't even like a we'll think about it, or maybe, which could just be a soft way of saying no. It was a not yet. So that wasn't a yes. I totally knew that wasn't a yes, but I took that as being, and again, way people talk aren't always clear. I took that as being a quite possibly, in that this wasn't out of the realm of possibility or likelihood. I don't mean, that it could happen. Not just a soft way of saying no, but just not yet, as in way too early to think about doing a German-focused event mod thing. And that's how I took that. Okay. One thing, and again, because I was also at the time part of the beta for Third Reich events, and so I was talking, and Podcat even asked me one time if Third Reich events added any German focuses. And I replied back to him at that time, no. What I was doing was integrating my events into the focuses that had already existed. So if you have a focus like West Wall, you do the focus of West Wall, which would then start an event chain like we have here now, if I wanted to continue this event chain here, but it started an event chain. So, and what Podcat told me was the idea of the national focus is that instead of like pop-up events in Hearts of Iron 3, is that people could see a roadmap. If you want to get to the West Wall, you need to have the 4-year plan. You need to do this, you need to do this, and then you can get your West Wall. Or if you want to, like maybe a better example, if you want to do Plan Z for the Navy, you need to have a roadmap. Well, it's become, instead of a roadmap and sort of making choices on priorities, because that was the other thing, is you can't do everything was part of the concept. I don't know that I entirely like that, but we could talk about that. Was the idea of a roadmap. And I embraced that idea. Okay, you got a lot of people who don't know history, who don't want to do 2 or 3 replays all the way through to finally sort of learn and memorize the game well enough. If you want to, if you want to do jet engines, you got to get down to here. If you want to do rockets, you got to do the necessary thing. So if you want, Wunderwaffe research thing, you got to research down to here. 105 days, 70 days, 56 days, choices to be made. If you want to do that, you have it. So I agree with the idea, and I can embrace the idea of a roadmap for people. But instead of building a game or DLC or a mod of how many and how varied and how detailed are the national focuses, I think they should be a broad, general roadmap. And then whether you want to call them events and decisions, and at least coming from, how do I put this in there? And they're using both here, some of these pop-up negotiations things, and some of them I only could just agree to. I can't disagree. An event should be something in outside of the engine limitations of Hearts of Iron 3, which I know better for programming more into that. And now this. Event should be something that you don't have a choice of it happening about. Meaning this is something like, I think it was back in 1935 or something, the big earthquake in Japan that happens. Or, and so that's an event that happens to you. Or, the U.S. embargoes you. So that's an event, you as Germany. So you don't have no, I choose not to be embargoed. No, it happens to you. Here are the effects. So that would be an event. Now, you may have a yes or no or maybe 2 or 3 options to go. Do they embargo you? Do you want to declare war? Do you want to try to appease the relationship? Do you want to, you might have a few choices out of that event as to how you want to react to it. But the event is, and it could be an internal, like I say, whether it's a natural disaster, or it could be a riot or a demonstration. People are demonstrating against closing of religious schools, which is something that the Nazis did. And oh, they're demonstrating at this. What do we want to do? And you might have some choices about that. So that would be an event. A decision would be something, and then you can come up here and remind it, hey, there's decisions you can make now that some are going to time out and you might want to look at. A decision would be basically the same thing. Now, I liked the event in Hearts of Iron 3 in that I could put a good, and so even if I had a decision, I'd normally have it fire an event to have a nice title, description, and really nice graphic that told part of the story. So I would still sort of want to do that there as a thing that pops out and happens. And you just may just be the announcement about the decision as opposed to an A/B choice. It just may be a something. Oh, okay. Here's details about what happened in part of the story. That's what's going on. So I would again argue against this. Okay. And this doesn't have a wacky alt history thing here that you do in modern stuff. So I would argue against that. I would cut this down to at least half. You don't need two Junker schools as national focus. You want have SS Junker schools. Click, boom, okay. Then instead of having, because is it worth another national focus for this another 15 days? Maybe, but it doesn't look nearly as good as giving me a research slot. But just simply because you've done this after, this one says after July 1st, 1938, after this, just have that pop up over here. And then whether you have a, political power or command power or no, requirements, have that show up. Maybe if, hover over it, maybe it'll cost you, 20 days of 2 factories output, taken off the thing like the West Wall here. West Wall, uses 24 for 56 days. It may have some of that kind of cost instead of a political cost or a command cost. So I would design it like that. And I know you guys have been talking. I'm just giving you my vision. So I am not against the idea of national focuses. I've truly embraced the concept because it's a roadmap of how to get to, especially if you go here, something down here, or if it's just generally, do you want to focus on Navy stuff or air power stuff? So I would cut out half of these, maybe 2/3, and just turn them into decisions. And because if and some of these things, it does say after January 1938, some of the conditions would be dates. Some, and see, yeah, I should, because this gains me a research slot. Yes, industrial. I know some of the said that, and we should push down some of this, but I do want to flow with some of the national focus. So, declare war through seasoning. Okay, so I'll check out the chat here in a second. But that's what I would do and how I would design this. So I've embraced the concept of but again, it is national focus tree. And I got the idea that you can only do one national focus at a time. But a lot of these things are petty, small, take time up, and why should I spend 15 days for this ever? Yeah, Plan Z in the Navy. Yeah, I understand that'd be a big ass project that you're starting down. But and something like this. Why? Yeah, okay. Yeah, again, may have a cost or may have a date after the requirement. So that's how I would do this stuff. Okay, let's check out the chat here before we continue. And so, but like I say, for Germany, they've underperformed for such a central nation. When you see black ice, yeah, you can talk about a labor of love, but money is still money, and you can earn money by selling more DLCs. Prefer big expansion DLC over DLCs after DLC. Yeah, there is definitely a thing of a few big expansions versus putting them out small, a bunch of small ones. A nice taste of Swedish business culture. Okay. Oh, what you're saying about that? Not yet. Yeah, and so yeah, it just I got poked in enough back there to talk to Paradox Interactive as opposed to Paradox Development Studio, and then I forget who it was, the person I was interacting with. Okay, well, I've got to talk to the development studio people over this, and they eventually got back to me and said, yeah, the reply from Dan was not yet. And so I okay, like I say, I took that as quite possibly. I mean, obviously there could be a lot of reasons not, but that they had taken a look at my mod, both the sample version that I made for Hearts of Iron 4 and my original one. At least quickly skimmed through and so knew what it was, and not that it was up to the quality. And I specifically said it needed polishing before DLC. But that, hey, it was something we would consider. It wasn't like to me, I didn't take it as like I said, a polite no. It was just not yet. Okay. Let's see. Agree fully on the role of focuses. Okay, good. Thank you, Suitor. I'd like to have people agree with me though. People aren't required. Since we were talking, I wanted to tell you your multiplayer live action game started something. I got lots of new gamers on YouTube from the same thing, but not just as well. Hope you're doing well. Well, thank you. I'm doing quite well. Okay, I'm getting a lot of people watching the Black Ice series. That's very good. Focus converts through playthrough to some kind of rail game. You can't really decide where to go. Well, I like decisions based. Okay, well, you see, again on the national focus kind of things. When designing Third Reich events, I designed it for a historical playthrough. And I made, at certain times, with certain elements, once you started down a path, you were more or less committed. Like once you start down alliance with Italy, you are more or less committed to forming that alliance. Now, there was, and I have to look at it, there was one down that road, there was one place to opt out of it that may or may not be clear to players. Because in early developments and stuff, some people, well, what if I want to do a world conquest as Germany, but they still want to use my mod? And so they don't want to be forced into an alliance with Italy. So I hear you on the railroading, but if you look at alliance with Italy, once you start going down this, now you may be able to opt out of, supporting, Italy's invasion of Malta, or just because you're in alliance with Italy does not mean that you agree with what Italy wants to do to partition Yugoslavia. You may go, well, I'm going to conquer all of Yugoslavia and F you, Mussolini. We're still a lot allies, but I'm taking it all and I'm charging in there and getting it. And so you may have later on decisions and not just railroad them into, like, if you're in alliance with Italy, Italy must get this part of Yugoslavia. No, but if you start down a path, and you should have choices on if you want to go down the path. If you don't want to be allied with Italy, because you either think they're a liability, you just rather have Italy sit there and be neutral for the whole game. So no North Africa fighting, no fighting down here, and you're going to leave Yugoslavia alone, and you're going to leave Greece alone, and so the only southern front you're going to worry about is France or something like that. So the Mediterranean is just like, who cares? It sits there and be neutral. You just either occupy all of France, and it's like a choice. Is, do you want to establish Vichy France, yes or no? And give the player that option. But if you establish Vichy France, there may be, certain, train of requirements after that. But you can decide no, and you're going to occupy all of it, and you're going to, put German forces down here on the, the Mediterranean coastline and on the Atlantic coastline. And you're just then going to concentrate on, the Soviet Union. And Britain's going to do whatever, and you're going to try to use subs and raiders and bombers, or maybe invade it directly or whatever, but you're taking down a different strategic path. I think that is legit. So, or if you're going to play as Italy, maybe you're going to decide not to go down the, because Mussolini was anti-Hitler in 1935. at the beginning of 1936, he forms the Three Powers Pact. That's an anti-Nazi, anti-Hitler pact with Austria and Hungary as a defensive alliance, not as an aggressive alliance, but as a defensive alliance. So, yeah, we could easily see fascist Italy deciding not to join World War II, deciding not to become a Hitler puppet eventually, and whether they try to, grab up a few countries, but not, sort of like the Soviet Union was doing over here, try to do something like that and not joining the overall war. Yeah, I could see that as a legitimate and not a wacky alt history. What if, they were communists or whatever, but within the plausibility of the game, we could see different outcomes within historically plausible. And so I like the idea of that. And I like the idea that, yes, if you go down a path, even if it's an unhistorical path that you create in a national focus, that's fine. But the choice, you know when you're making the choice to go down that path. And that's sort of what I like. Okay. Okay. Also divisions of national capacity politics. Yeah. Hello, Sun Temple Radio. How you doing? Yep, we're over on Hoy 4's Black Ice, Bill Gates Microsoft model over again. Selling, not owning services, I guess. Yes. Italy invasion of Greece irritated Germany more than most historians write about. Yeah, it did, because there was no real prior planning or coordination with Germany, and the biggest thing it irritates is that it's unsuccessful. Was it Metaxas, or was he dead by that point? I don't know. I don't know if they're fascist, but we'll call it ultra-nationalistic leadership in Greece wants to be an Axis ally. But Mussolini is sort of vetoing that, because Mussolini wants all or part of Greece. Really all he wants. But so and Italy is just so incompetent at so many levels. It would have been materially better for German war effort if Greece stays out of the war, because Italy can, sneak supply routes through. I don't know if this is necessarily because, the 12-mile limit, but through sort of the Greek islands to supply its possessions out here, which allows them, submarine bases to operate against the British, air bases to operate against the British. So you get all the benefit of aggressive operations. Yes, if the British take this, but if the British take this, they already sort of own the, Eastern Mediterranean. And if these guys remain neutral, well, you don't fly over neutral nations to bomb other nations, so bombing Ploetzi would not be achievable readily. But maybe the Allies just say, fuck you, we're going to fly over anyways. But it's a whole nother front that they don't have to deal with. And they really don't materially achieve much for Germany. And I would say on the whole, they're more of a drain for Germany in manpower and weapons than any, production they do. Greece does go through a bit of a famine, and I don't really think it's because Germany's stealing the food. I just think it's a famine that happens. And so they actually Germany allows some massive Red Cross shipments, just a few of food in, but, big massive ones during German occupation. From the West. So I don't think they really materially add much. And since you already sort of have the strategic positions of roads in these islands, and if you had a semi-friendly, neutral nation in Greece, you would have done better. You just would have done better as that. Yes. Quite like the alt history scenario of the Netherlands joining Germany, volunteering, helping Germany out, pumping out subs. Yeah. Historically plausible. I don't think what is it? Oh, I don't know how to pronounce his name. The guy, the sort of Nazi slash fascist that was the party here. They weren't very close to taking over, but yeah. But I don't know that their sub capacity was all that great in production. They had the snorkel, yes, but just production capacity, I don't think was that big. Yeah, Mussert, NSB, yes. Yes, absolutely right, Suter. Yeah, Mussert. Thank you. Because I was thinking Seyss Inquart, but yeah, Mussert. Seyss Inquart is involved with the Sudeten Germans. But yeah, I'm trying to picture it. Yes. Yeah, if you do a massive alt history change and put him in power, yeah, I could see that happening. But where I'm more likely I could see either the French or the British, or both, just go, never give the guarantee for Poland. I could see that. I don't know. France was willing to fight over Czechoslovakia so long as it thought it had a what would be the term? Enthusiastic ally in the British. I don't want to say aggressive, but if the British were going to come and, navally blockade Germany and send some divisions to help hold the Maginot Line or help hold Belgium, as they figured it'd probably bring into Belgium. If they were going to, if Britain was willing to come in, France, I think, would have fought over Czechoslovakia. But with Chamberlain clearly showing that he's not going to fight over Sudeten land, which in essence means Czechoslovakia, that France just wasn't going to go in, as they saw it, as an effective major power, not the only minor power involved. Obviously, Czechoslovakia or Poland would be involved. They weren't willing to go into the war over Czechoslovakia. I could see either a continued Chamberlain thinking, we're just not ready. We're just not ready. We're just not ready. We can't fight right now over Poland. We have to build more arms. France, you need to build more arms, and letting Poland go, and building a strong alliance in the West that maybe Hitler just doesn't poke that bear and just goes after the Soviet Union. And there was a lot of popular French anti-war feelings because of World War I, that maybe without being attacked, even if it looks like, the German army is stuck in deep into it and is winnable, they might, an invasion of Germany would be winnable because, of course, Germany would just keep its reserve and training divisions and reorganizing divisions out on the West to sort of keep them honest out here. Yes, but not consuming, too much fighting strength, and definitely less, border to defend than the whole French coastline and whatnot. So, a smaller element to defend here. That I could see the idea that, without being attacked, the anti-war sentiment to just be a German-Soviet war more likely or something. I could see that as a good alt history setup here. But yeah, appointed by the Seyss Inquart was appointed by Germany as leader. Mussert was pushed aside, right? NL, not a lot of subs, but they had a strong base for commercial shipping. Oh, absolutely, a lot of commercial shipping in the Netherlands at that time. Not building commercial shipping today. Big port in Rotterdam, but not shipping. Have it happen that Poland gave back Danzig, but the Allies always attacked fascists at some point. Again, there was a lot of anti-war feeling. There's a lot of anti-war feeling in America until the Japanese attacked. So, which could be converted, especially with German investment. Yeah, maybe a bit more of that. Yeah, you're probably right. Now, of course, if you Netherlands is vulnerable to bombing from Britain, just proximity and other things. Yeah, but still, you're probably right. Yeah, I'm not thinking of how much shipping, commercial shipping, and converting that to submarine production. That would be doable. Yeah. All right. Well, let's. Okay, we need to again look over here. I'm going to do one more truck while we're out of rubber. Damn. Well, I think I'm going to activate a few of these. We're just still in April. Okay. What non-rubber needs do we have that I can expand on? Mountain warfare equipment. Okay. Well, we could do that for a while. That's also rubber. Yeah. Okay. We'll do mountain warfare equipment just to try to catch up to some degree because we got a lot of units. It's down here. Yeah, I don't have this well organized. Nope, it's not down here. Infantry, garrison. Still don't know what garrison equipment is. Searchlights, whatever. There it is. Okay, we'll go to 2 of those. And let's start another episode. Trying neutral fascist alt history. Yeah. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 4's Black Ice. If you're new around here, of course, smashing that like button would be really cool. And lick the like button. Each video has a different tasting like button. Just lick it, and I'm sure you'll be surprised, yes. And what did Suitors? Still, you're right, though. Dutch fascist parties were not nearly popular enough to make it likely. Yeah, well, that's why it's alt history. It's not also Hoi for sinking ships adds extremely little to war score, even if it made another mod, it would change. Yeah, yeah. This is. I think I would be good with alt history, and I won't go into some of the stuff, but because I know history so well, it's more easy to write convincing alt history, not, bringing back the Byzantine Empire. Well, that wasn't going to happen. That's long gone. Might, bring back Greater Greece or something, but Zog submits to Italy. King Zog, a very fascinating person. Submarine workshops. Okay, so we got submarine workshops. We'll probably build some of those. Production efficiency, dark yard output. Yes, likely that. Likely that first, just to get that going down there. Ooh, do we want to do construction speed civilian? Or railway network production construction speed. Let's do, how many days is this? Oh, no, it is researched. Okay, no, sorry, that is researched. Use different colors here in Black Ice. Okay. 225. No, okay. I think we're going to. We will want to get to here. Military. Actually, slowing up that. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. We could do this. Factory output 16%. Let's do that. 172 days. Yep. Gives you more in history than vanilla. Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Much more history. And it is a history-based mod for the most part. Okay, the fate of checklist. Long live the 1,000-year Reich. Okay, so pause. Okay, so this. Okay, so add war score, anger, check state becomes that. And I did go back and create a save before I made a decision, so if I don't like this, So this is what we'll do this. Okay, so we have that. So this creates, this is, in my opinion, is hard to model. There, take a look at this. Okay, so they didn't go down here. Requires, why did balanced industry joint Czechoslovakian commission planning? Okay, well, I don't know. Okay, well, we now have 5 factories from it. Is that all that we should be getting here? Okay, well, military, civilian. We did get a few there. So I thought about taking it all. I don't know which would have been better. All right. Well, yes, we now have a few of these. So what I want to do is we have enough of that. So I'm going to just click and get this in there. Didn't maybe need to do that because I don't know that we're going to produce any 35Ts. We are going to do the 38Ts, get that into production. So now we have those. Let's do that. I wondered if I click the other, if we would have a. Partially, I'm doing this as big as I am because of lack of rubber, even though I need trucks more. Now, mentioning, do we get enough trucks? I mean, we should have got some. I don't know. No, what? Wait a minute. Do they not have? Oh, we didn't get. Resources. Not showing me what the resources here are. Should have a bunch. Oh, here, what's up here? Okay. They don't have any rubber. Oh, right. Well, whatever. National focus. Okay, so we've got that. Protection zone in Slovakia, 8 days. Let's do that. We'll get German-Slovak treaty. Yeah, we'll do that. We have a puppet state down here. Yeah, game-wise, it would have been better just to take this. But I'm sort of playing historical. Now, the fighters, I think, need rubber, right? No, they don't. Well, let's increase that by 1. Does heavy fighters need rubber? No, they don't. Let's do 2. Well, just 1 because it's all we have available. We'll make others. Revenge of the Nerds. Oh, that's an old movie. I saw it a long time ago when I was back like in high school or something. But yeah, I haven't seen it since. We don't have check equipment yet. There's something here that I should. I don't know. Let's look up here. I did that one. I'm sure they don't have any ships, so we'll... Okay, we just lost a massive amount of trade. Slow trade. Czechoslovakia should not stop the United States from trading with me. I'm sorry. That... And again, Romania... Where's Romania here? Romania should be trading with me. This is just ridiculous. Soviet Union, okay. That's ridiculous. Well, because we took over Czechoslovakia, we got low trade influence. America wants to trade with Germany at this point. They want money. America wants its money. America gave massive loans. Okay, here's how the world, people do world order and they talk about it. Well, we have the various world orders there, and I'm not being conspiratorial here or anything like that. The world order as it was set up at the end of World War I, and explained how this worked. America made lots of weapons and other things, and grew lots and lots of food. The price for food went up in America heavily during World War I. They were because, and by America able to produce so much food, it allowed France and Britain to use its manpower in World War I instead of having them work on the farms. So America was exporting huge amounts of food very profitably to France and Britain. France and Britain were running up massive debts to American companies, not so much to the American government, but to the American companies. So America is making lots of money out of World War I, even before it comes into the war. At the end of World War I, particularly Germany, because they're sort of the real industrial power, you couldn't that you could blame. Austria isn't that much of an industrial power. Hungary isn't that much of an industrial power. And since Czechoslovakia was sort of Austria's industrial power, but they're now the good guys that are liberated from the bad guys, so we can't choke them out for money. The Soviet Union obviously is taken Russia off the map into its own segregated, isolated world. France, particularly France and Britain, but also countries like Italy, have massive war debts. And so they make Germany pay indemnities for the war, And there's good reasons for that, Yeah, France sort of declares war on Germany, but Germany invades Belgium, which then gets Britain in. So, Germany didn't behave the best, and they also lost. So, Germany needs money to pay these people off. And nobody wants, Deutschmarks, Reichsmarks. Paper is paper. They don't care about that. They want, French francs, British pounds, gold, silver, or U.S. dollars. This is the start of wasn't yet happening. Still, the sort of The international reserve currency, I would say, was the British pound, if there was one at this time, was the pound. But this is the start of the rise of the U.S. dollar as the international reserve currency that it still fundamentally and basically is. This is the start of it. Is Germany has to pay the Allies a lot of money. America, in its banks, not just the American government, we often think American government, but what happens is the American government, to my knowledge, and again, I'm somewhat talking up my ass because I don't know all the details, but this is in broad strokes. It's not that the American government is going to give money to Germany. The American government is going to guarantee loans to the German government. So the way this sort of works is a large bank, well, Germany wants to borrow, $10 million or $100 million. And the U.S. government go, well, if Germany defaults on it, we'll pay you back. We'll pay you back. So you bank, and this is how it works to this day when the U.S. government is loaning money to other countries. It's mostly not the U.S. government. Mostly, and again, there's particulars. It's mostly saying, well, bank, there's no risk to you. You loan the money to Germany. If Germany defaults on the loan, we'll pay you what they owe at the rates and time, not like all at once, but pay you back. We'll do that, and then we'll go squeeze Germany for its payments. We'll put on the international pressure to hopefully get them back paying properly. So all these American banks that are flush with cash after World War I, selling food, selling arms, and other things, can be simple things like wool, cotton, cloth, for uniforms and whatnot. Just selling stuff to these countries during the war. They've got lots. They're sitting on lots of money, so they loan this money to Germany to pay off the war indemnities. So now Germany owes a lot of money to United States banks that basically, to the U.S. government that's guaranteed the loans. And of course, the U.S. government has gone and talked to the German government going, hey, you're going to pay these people up. Well, of course, the German government, the Weimar government is sort of guaranteeing it from the German side. Well, if these things default, well, yeah, we'll make sure these are paid off and whatnot. And so the so this money gets loaned to Germany. Now, America wants its money back because, one, it doesn't want Germany to default so that the U.S. government, the U.S. taxpayer, I should say, is on the hook for the money, even if they get the money back someday, in dollars or gold or whatever. They don't want to be on the hook for it now. It'd be a real problem. So most of these countries, the one country that I know that doesn't default on any of its payments is Finland. They, even when they desperately need money, they're still paying off their American loans. So this is like in 1939, 1940. Early stages of the war, and they finally get it paid off. They're very particular about making sure that they're paying off the U.S. bankers because they want friendly relations with. And so there is problems with being paid back. And there is serious problems in that at one point, I think it's 36, 37, the U.S. recalls its ambassador, come back home for a little while because Germany has been defaulting on the payments. And this is one thing in Third Reich events. This is why I know this, looking up this stuff, is I have an event. Do you want to pay off, do you want to keep paying on these loans or not? And yes or no, and depends on relations. And if the relations go bad, your trade goes down. So the U.S. over Czechoslovakia, over Austria, wants to trade with Germany, okay, because it wants its money. So it's not, so Germany, so yes, buying oil, doing trade relations is keeping the U.S. economy going, and right now it is still in the depression. It starts to ease up, but it's still in the depression. So it wants to sell oil. It wants to sell things to Germany. It wants to do that. Now, as part of it, to be allowed to do it, they also want. This is part of why Hitler has such economic problems with dealing with foreign things, not dealing with. See, if you have money in your game, Germany has plenty of money for buying things within Germany. It's buying things outside of Germany, foreign trade. And in this game, of course, we have factories for things. So which just means that you don't get to. We'll get okay. We need 10 more, so we'll get in Dutch rubber and. Well, let's see. We're going to conquer France soon. So let's get our 16. Oh, no. Just a few over. Okay. And down here, Sweden. We'll do that. So yeah, that's how the world is set up, leading up to World War II, is how this whole regime is going on, and having this collapse would be very, very bad for the U.S. And so the U.S. isn't, because if you embargo them for, you can't buy fuel, you can't buy oil, Germany's just not going to pay back its debts. Hello, Ari. So, so so the U.S. would not be embargoing. They don't embargo until really sort of late into the whole situation. Eventually, they do. They do grab and freeze assets before the war starts, but or before the war starts for the U.S. into the war. Sorry, but only in Europe, to my knowledge. Again, I don't know everything, and I'm sure I'm wrong about something, but to my knowledge, there is no U.S. embargo on anybody in Europe until the general outbreak of World War II. There is none, but eventually there is some before America enters the war, yes. But prior to the war, prior to September 1939, there is, and even then, I don't know if it's not later until like 1940 or something, or at some point it does come, there is eventually some embargoes, but it is not until then that it happens. So yeah, MMDB, they've somehow made it so that I have low trade influence, which historically it's the opposite. And there were specific treaties that Germany had like first refusal. I mean, they didn't like own Ploetzi, but it was sort of functionally anything that Romania wasn't using out of Ploetzi was going to Germany. And this is wrong in the game. This is highly wrong. Yeah. Whether it's oil or primarily oil is what's coming out of obviously out of Ploetzi, but also just out of Romania, if you will. That's what I want. Okay, so we're organizing up divisions. Probably not enough, but we'll see how this goes. And so that's sort of how the world order was set up in the interwar eras. And the great bulk of the world was either Latin America, which definitely traded with other parts of the world, particularly I know places like Argentina selling food, not just to the Americans. Okay, send Slovakia the treaty. We don't need it. The German Slovakia signed in August 1930 transferred control of a strip of Slovakian land to German Reich to allow the Wehrmacht to attack Poland from former Czechoslovakian land. It was not returned by Germany after the fall of Poland due to having several arms factories. Yeah, we'll take the arms factories. Okay, so this is what here is what they're talking about. So we just grabbed up that, which maybe I should have just taken Czechoslovakia. I don't know. Okay, so Balkan dominance, 14 days, but that's not until we're at war with France, so we can't get down to trying to get something out of Romania. Reassert Eastern claims. We'll wait a little bit. We're still back in April and 39. Okay, as it was suggested to me, I should do here industrial plans, because that will open this, which I could have. Again, there's choices to be made. I get the idea of choices. I do think there's too many, and many of them take too long. Not that I should be able to do everything, but okay, this will give us obviously huge amounts of steel or metal, however you want to say it, and a synthetic refining. So we'll grab that up for 35 days. Thanks. Ah, okay. Right. Well, I don't know. Do we want to produce more 35Ts? None being produced. Spec equipment. Okay, very useful. Stock military. Okay, so that's happening. There's a lot of these things that sort of kind of instinctually knew that they're going to. Okay, so now we have heavy transport. We still have plenty of those. We were looking for transport. Okay, 400, and so we've gone to negative to positive. We're still catching up there. Okay, very good. Now is the time. Oh, we're negative. Oh, I was wondering why I couldn't do negative. Somehow we went negative. Okay. Well, we'll do German pressure there. Okay. Diplomatic efforts, West Wall. All right. Small treaty, whatever. Okay, with that, we've got that going. That's good. We can 57 days. Again, we're looking mostly at 39, maybe pushing it to 40, but we're going to get some of the tank destroyers. I don't know, but yeah, let's do this. Don't know why we have to research that, but we will. Hello, Aussie Coffee Bean. How you day? How you doing? Do they grow coffee in Australia? I did not know. Okay, so now we've got this. They've got a few more. Hopefully that's putting stuff here. Yeah, or Slovakia doesn't really need much industry. So, yeah, we'll shift over some of these forces here.
Ausrücken! Angetreten! Ausrücken!
Probably not. We're still in April 39. So probably not today. I was thinking maybe, but even though I've been trying to play pretty quick, still not there yet. Definitely looking at both for synthetics and rubber and all of that stuff. Crude oil plant. Okay. Okay, so we got to get this before we get that. All right. Well, let's do that then. What I'm doing, Aussie Coffee Bean, is I'm multi-streaming to Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, all at once, and currently added to the terms of service, even for non-partners, non-affiliates, you can't multi-stream, and that could lead to my banning. So I want to encourage everyone to make sure they also subscribe over on YouTube. You can just scroll down and find the links. Not that you have to watch there now, but just to make sure that you are subscribed there as well. Because if they figured out, I know I'm a micro-sized channel for Twitch, so they don't care about me, but they care about other people, and if they start enforcing this, it could be a problem for me. But I'm not going to stop, because I want to stream to more people than I care about making a little bit of money there. So, yes, multi-streamer rights. Yeah, well, that's why I've never become an affiliate here for, oh, we got the chassis, I should say, which means that we can come over here and grab that up. We just got that. Yeah, we'll do this. Just get this out of the way. Oh yeah, okay. This is the anti-tank machine gun, if you will. Yeah, changes in the new agreement. Yeah, the one that's done. So, there really isn't much of an agreement for people to stream on Twitch. You used to at least really had there's terms of service, which, are just to me, reasons to ban you. If you're doing something inappropriate, and I get that. But, putting content on their service that they don't approve of or something, I get that. But the idea that they can control me to the point of going, oh, no, you can't multi-stream. No, I'm not agreeing to that. I'm going to continue doing it. So, yeah. Yep, we will do the 4th year of Goering's plan. So, 4-year plan. That. Okay, now we're into positive territory, but not enough yet here. Okay, we're gaining only 1.2 a day. MIFO bills are the big thing. Retreat training techniques have improved. You know, I know a lot of players really train up that let's do this. Really train their forces up more than I do, so but I think the doctrines are more important. Okay, now, but we're going to get up a little bit. Deutschland is an infantry regiment. Slovakian oil surveys. 10 oil in Western Slovakia? You better bet for 35 days of civilian factories. Okay, so we're building railroads out, finishing one factory. We are getting near to full oil, so we'll cut back on imports once we do that. On oil here. Okay, Heinkel's. I've been waiting for that. Heinkel. Okay, yeah, we got it here. Let's come up here and up at the top. So let's see. We want to make sure we get the right one. Okay, well, that was a bigger hit than I thought. I thought we were going to be about half as bad. We've skipped a couple of models. Trying to go for numbers over quality a bit just to get started. Okay. Over to the side. Now we will go to better Stukas. Okay. Arms deal. Sell. Okay, national focus, resource industrial plan, very good. 28 days is 2 civilian factories, flak defense. Now let's well, I guess we have to do that separate. Right. Not part of the West Wall. Really, I would call it part of the West Wall plan. But so let's do 14 days on that. Get the flak defenses up over here. Italy pursues closer bonds with Germany. Very nice. And so we are pursuing per gain. Okay, that's 225. Fuel storage slots, 45 days. Fuel capacity, 5%. All right, while we can and store it up, we'll get more fuel. Okay, we're doing okay on stability because of various things. Go. Well, let's go for the 8 rad armored cars. No, Hungary is not a puppet. Power good, flat defenses, very nice. Okay, so now that we got that, building artillery factory, small arms factory. Weekly stability down 10.10%. Now we're going to do this. We're going to get some of these here. Okay. Now let's look at some railroads again. We should be building up to there to 3. Once the war starts and we get Poland, we're gonna make sure that we get railroads way out to there, up to 4 and 5. Oh, we have 4 down to here to Prague, and 4 out to here, 4 to there, just 3 to there. But okay, well, I guess I'm mostly satisfied now for what we can build to the railroad, so I'll let that go. We're getting anti-air out here with the national focus. At least, oh, that was just up there. Don't we have a Western Front? National focus, air. Bavarian. Why is it all the way down here? Wow, okay. Well, we got to go through these things then pretty quick. So I want that in the west because I don't want to be bombed. All right, okay, so that's where we're going to be hanging out for a little while. Yeah. Are there bonuses for synthetic oil production from German-American cooperation? Not that I specifically know of. I know that's how it happened historically, but I don't know of it. Either it's happened and I've forgotten about it, or it hasn't happened. I don't know. Okay. Better 110s. Let's go again. Only on this. So this is just now. How does the flying boat use rubber? Please explain. Please explain. How does a flying boat use rubber? Yeah, I know there's some gasket seals in the engine, but that's minor. I mean, I was thinking, rubber for like tires, on aircraft, and bigger aircraft need bigger tires. But how does flying boat? Yeah, but no, flying boats don't have wheels. They're not amphibious. Amphibians go both ways. Flying boats only land on water and take off on water. So I don't know how yeah, I don't know how they use rubber. I mean, yeah, again, there are a few gaskets, in engines and whatnot that would like to have rubber. There's maybe some synthetic, possibly rubber bombs. Well, yeah, okay, we'll start researching that. That'll be our bigger naval bomber at the moment. We'll get that up done. I'm serious. So now I know that the PBY, the American, know that fairly well, and there's not much things in there using rubber. I mean, like internally and structurally and whatnot. Whatever would be in the engine, yes, but like I said, gasket seals and that. But that's still a fairly minor use for rubber. Okay. Construction speed down. Supply ranges, that'll be nice, but I think, well, thick, yeah, we'll do this. That'll increase production efficiency. Yeah, siphoning funds, well, maybe, but I'm still not buying its rubber. Okay, yes. How big of a jump this is to the D, and minor, but still some. Yep, he did. Ari, you're right about that. So to the best of my, I think he did license his image for the stamps, and he might have made some money off of that. I'm not absolutely sure, but I'm not sure on that. I was going to say you're right. Well, I know he has his face on the stamps, and he might be making money out of that. But as far as I know, again, as far as I know, and I've read a bunch of books, not written any, but read a bunch of books. Hitler really is not corrupt personally. I mean, he's evil, people. No, he's evil. Okay. You don't get worse than being evil. But he's not really corrupt personally, like somebody like Goring, who is siphoning money off and using his position. How does Hitler then afford his private home here? No, Berchtesgaden's here. How does he, in the Obersalzberg, above Salzburg, Berchtesgaden, how does he afford his home, and they buy up some land around it? How does he afford that? And that's a fair amount of money. And that's really all that, although Hitler does not spend money on basically anything else. Early on, before he becomes chancellor, he sort of kind of gets, a couple of nice Mercedes to ride around in. He doesn't drive, so he just rides around in them. So Goring was responsible for aircraft. Yeah. Well, but these are naval air. Yeah, though he's still responsible for naval air. I don't know. How does Hitler get his money? Well, Mein Kampf. Okay. He obviously writes Mein Kampf. Well, he talks about Mein Kampf, and Rudolf Hess writes it out while in prison. At one point, somebody goes, Rudolf Hess, you can leave prison. Rudolf Hess goes, no, I'm digging it here. I'm staying. He actually stays in prison longer than he needs to continue writing Hitler's book and hanging out with Hitler. So he stays in prison. Now they each have their own private cell, so it's sort of like a single-person apartment that they can't leave. Basically, is how they're living in a special cell block. Several of the Nazi leaders were all put in the same cell block. So basically, they're living in a studio apartment that they can't leave, functionally, and they get to bring in some of their own furniture and whatnot. So it's not that hard of a life. So Rudolf Hess is actually the person who writes the book. Hitler talks the book. Hitler, it doesn't mean it's not an accurate statement of Hitler. I'm just sort of giving you trivia about it. Well, I'm not exactly sure who decides this, at what stage in the government. But at some point, again, I don't know the exact year, because you got to understand with the National Socialist regime, in January 1933, Hitler becomes chancellor. He still has Paul von Hindenburg as president above him. He still and sometimes it's there and sometimes it's not, but it's basically created the post of vice chancellor again under him, which is Franz von Papen, who is the former chancellor. So he had been chancellor, but now in this coalition government, he's vice chancellor. So he has a guy above him watching him and a guy below watching him. And so, as time, after Hindenburg dies, he unifies his chancellor and president into the Führer position, and vice chancellor, ship goes away. There's no more vice chancellor. So, things change over time. So I'm not always sure about what date when this decided. But at some date, they decide that every couple getting married in Germany, and you do this at the state. This is the party in the state. It doesn't matter if you have a religious ceremony. You can go to church, Protestant or Catholic, and have a religious ceremony. But you also under the and again, I don't know exactly when this happens on the National Socialist regime, or maybe something like this may have pre-existed the National Socialist regime. I don't know. But you have to go in and have a state ceremony. Basically in an office, you go get married. You sign the paperwork to be married. And, well, no, it's not free. Mein Kampf is not free, MMDB. What it is when you get married, the government gives you a free copy of Mein Kampf. So it's not free. They give it to, as you get married, they give it to the couple for free. But the government is buying the books from Hitler or from Hitler's publisher, whoever the publisher is in Germany. They're not buying it. They're not like buying it from Hitler. They're buying it from the publisher. The publisher is giving the royalties to Hitler. So that is how Hitler gets his money. When the government gives a free copy to every couple as they're getting married, and figure, I don't know how many couples a day, a week, a month, whatever, are getting married all throughout Germany. And this goes, and I don't know if it stops at some point in the war. I mean, as things are collapsing, I'm sure it's stopping. But this is how Hitler gets his money. It's the people receiving it. Well, it's never free because they're paying taxes for it. So in their taxes, some of their tax money goes to buy Hitler's book. So that is how Hitler is going on there. So that's going on. Mein Kampf is a free book today. Who's making the money off of that? No, it is not a free book today. I'll explain to you a little bit about Mein Kampf in just a second here. The current status of it. Party donations do not go to Hitler. They go to the party. Again, I say Hitler is personally not very corrupt. Again, he's evil. This is not like saying Hitler's a good. No, Hitler's an evil guy. There's lots of. The party is making lots of money, and there's lots of ways, and I won't go into it, how they're making money. They're making lots of money. That is not going to Hitler. That is going to the party. Let's see, donation, slave labor. That's not really happening yet. Banned in most countries, no taxes. I heard one. What did I watch? Well, yeah, I don't know that Hitler's paying taxes on his stuff. Same as eminent. No, at least not. My understanding is that because the Berchtesgaden complex is personally owned by Hitler, not by the government, and they're buying it up. Meaning they're showing up with big bushels of cash, and you probably should say yes, but you're walking. You're losing your property, yes, but it's supposedly they're being well paid. I don't know. Some people might not have wanted to move, but as an economic decision, if it's a farm or whatever, they can easily go buy something as good or better, a few miles away. They're getting paid off well, so they're not making enemies for the expanding of the complex, as far as I understand. So let's see. No, it's available today for free. Okay, well, I don't know about today for free. We'll talk about the fun fact. It's as well as the party over is like more members in the workers' union than the party itself. Yes, actually, yes, but they're not necessarily party. To be in the workers' union, you're not necessarily a party member. Pretty good weekend in Vegas with all that stuff. Slim pickings, yes. Some people asking in chat that pops up on the screen. You can get it free. Oh, as a PDF. Yes, you can get it free as a PDF. Okay. Quick story about Mein Kampf. Mein Kampf, there is a pseudo-licensed version before. I'm going off memory, so I'm sure I'm getting some details wrong. In the United States, before licensed a translation into English, published in the United States. There is also another, I believe, one that isn't licensed, but they're not going to pay attention to German copyright law and still publish it in the United States. Hitler, of course, owns the copyright to it. In World War II, I don't know if, spoilers, Germany loses. Which we're playing the Black Ice mod with the graphics sub mod as part of it that's recommended. Hello. Hi, Surf. I'm sorry, I'm butchering that. Don't mean to. Yeah, single player Black Ice mod, basically. I mean, there's the graphics thing that you should download and add to it, as they recommend. Those are the only two mods I have currently running on this. So, yeah, Germany loses. So there is now a dispute over the Hitler estate. The estate. The U.S., spoiler alert, wins World War II. So the U.S. seizes Nazi assets. The U.S. government seizes Nazi assets. We still hold to this day a lot of like Nazi artwork, warehouse or warehouses full of it. Now, of course, you may have seen Monuments Men. The U.S. goes to great effort to return stolen art back to its original owners. The Soviet Union does not. They pilfer whatever they can and take it back to, Soviet Union or Russia or whatever. But the U.S. does that. But this is not the case when it comes to what they consider Nazi art. They don't destroy it. Now, some of it is sort of destroyed by troops, shot at. And, so there's some paintings that are slashed or some paintings that have bullet holes in the U.S. collection. But, they don't specifically destroy a lot of it. They haul it back to the U.S. So if it's made during the National Socialist regime, but other prominent Nazis' personal assets basically become U.S. property as much as the U.S. can get their hands physically on them. Again, not like the artwork that Goering has, that they get their hands on. Again, the stuff that the Nazis captured goes back to the people. It's the Nazi era created by Nazi artists kind of thing. The U.S. collects it, but they also get the estates. One of the collections they get is the Hoffman collection of photograph. Hoffman was Hitler's personal photographer, but he also had a studio and a bunch of other people running around all over Nazi Germany photographing events and things, not just himself, but it's a large collection of National Socialist photographs. So that and Hitler's biography, or Hitler's, Mein Kampf, all become properties of the United States government. So says the United States government. That's not the case in Germany. In Germany, to this day, and this is where it gets sort of a little funky, starting around now, literally 2023, I believe. Oh, no, maybe, yeah, well, around now. The Bavarian government, not the German government, but the Bavarian government, claims ownerships to these things. One being the Mein Kampf, the other being the Hoffman collection of photographs. These are two specifically I know about, but there's other things like this. And both Hoffman was, again, Hitler's private photographer from in the early days, and he's originally based out of Munich, so they consider it, a Bavarian asset, not a other state asset. It's Bavaria's. Well, the government of Bavaria, licensed through Alme, which is a photo reselling, and there's the other which they're associated with it, or sub Getty Photos, Getty. So licensed through them, they claim and will license Hoffman's photos if you want to put them like in a publication or in a video game, like Hearts of Iron. If you want to use it, you got to buy it from either Alme, which I think is the main European source, or Getty. But America claims that they own it. And since America owns it, that means I own it. That means every American citizen owns it and is free to use. So if you want one of Hoffman's photos in your European publication, Getty or Alme will try to, either you buy it from them or they'll try to squeeze it from you. If I'm an American, I'm just going to say, hey, I'm an American. We won. Here it is in an American law. I have entire rights to it. And this goes for Mein Kampf. Now, what Bavaria has done on Mein Kampf has refused anybody permission to print it, to publish it. So they've hold the copyrights on Mein Kampf in Germany and Bavaria, at least. I don't know what French or British or Russia consider that, whether they'll just ignore it or whatever their law specifically says. But in America, like you say, free on a PDF, because you're not having to do it. Or if I wanted to either in America print it in the German, or now, if I take somebody's translation work, that's an added layer of copyright because you're copyrighting the translation. But if you just want to take the original source, it is free to use in America because, again, it's owned by the American people. The government represents the American people. So it's free to use. So like Hoffman's photos, as well as several other major National Socialist studios that were photographing around at the time, are basically free to use in America. Because, again, I use photos not from either Getty Images or Alme, but are also licensed there in my mod. I've wondered, are they ever going to come after me for using it? Either if it was ever become a DLC, I just go, I'm an American. This is an American thing. See ya. And it wouldn't stand up in court here that we have complete use rights, so long as I didn't take it from their source originally. Now somebody, if I find it on the internet and it's maybe traces back to them, well, whatever. But because the basic image is not owned by them. So now the problem for the Bavarian government is the copyright, I believe, because it's like 1920, maybe it's 2024 or something. The copyright very soon, if not has already, is coming up for, can no longer be renewed. So that has been the main one of, maybe there's other German laws, but that has been the main stumbling block in a lot of these countries, I should say, for publishing Mein Kampf, is that they couldn't legally publish it because the copyright was held by the Bavarian state, and the Bavarian state was not going to license its publication. But it is going to fall out of copyright very soon, if not. So, yeah, that is the story of the situation with copyrights and the Third Reich, generally speaking, because America claims it owns it. Now, it's not necessarily claiming that Britain or France can't freely use, the copy. I mean, we obviously possess the, because we did, like, one of the, teams going around did, capture one of the, because there were several archives or whatever of the Hoffman photos. We did grab up, and they're in our national archives, the original photos. But others may have grabbed them up too. France probably not so much, but Britain or somebody, or the Soviet Union at the time, may have grabbed up, other collections of the Hoffman, and may claim that their people get to use it too for free. I don't know. But I just know, as an American, I'm free to use, without copyright restrictions, their products. And of course, the individual, the original stuff is held in our national archives. So it's not like I get to take out the originals, but I could, get copies made and stuff like that. So, oh, you got to go, Niagara? Well, food's ready. Thank you for hanging out with me. See you next time. Well, we're going to end the episode, not the live stream just yet, but the episode here. Hope this was fun. I hope to get further in it, but still just in June, halfway through the year. So we're going to keep pressing ahead here. So thanks, everyone. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, let's make a save here. So the moral of the story is, if you go play war, don't lose. You lose everything. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Be sure you check your decision tabs. Yes, we do need to see about upgrading the divisions. Living family members left, they can make claims. Yeah, I don't know about in Bavaria. Or Germany. I just have read that supposedly the state has made claims to the ownership of the stuff, both the Hoffman collection, because I looked at, why is this being copyrighted and that kind of thing. But yeah, so okay, guys. Well, and mission field marshals, yes, because we don't have any field marshals currently, other than two stupid Austrian ones. One doesn't, non-real person, and the other one should not be a field marshal. And I've not wanted to burn my command points. There's supposedly a decision coming soon that will create them, and I was hoping, oh, here we go. Promotions for field marshal. Okay, we need and after August. So in a few months we will have this, and we will get von Bock, von Rundstedt, von Lieb as field marshals. That will get us enough field marshal, and is why I don't want to burn too much of my command power, because I need that for that. But yes, we will be motorizing and forming regiments and stuff soon. But guys, my throat's getting a bit rough, so I do think I'm going to end today's stream here now. It's been about 4 hours. If you're wanting more, you can go back, obviously start over or watch other things. So again, everybody over on Twitch, if you're sort of new here, I haven't seen Ozzy Coffee being here before. You can just scroll down on the page and you'll see a link to my YouTube channel. This was also streamed live there. So you can, watch all the stuff over there. And I will be back tomorrow. playing War Thunder, hopefully with Arno and the boys. And Monday I will be playing combat mission. Was it Red Thunder? I think that's it. For Slithering TV Monday morning, and then I'll be back next weekend at this time. Enlisted, I don't know if I'm updated, if enough people are updated, but I don't know. Probably War Thunder, but not out of the realms of possibility. So thanks, everyone. I want to thank Sun Temple Radio, Jetin, Arno, ZZ, Ozzy Coffee Bean, Niagara, who's already gone, Pickle, MMDB, Airy, who else is still maybe around here? I think I said Jetin, Mohib, I think, left. So thanks, everybody, for hanging out with me. I really do appreciate it. Suter, if you're still around, thank you. Great contribution to the stream. So, yes, Arno, that's you. So thanks,